in the game. She was patient, and she's there again on that transverse line. Phoenix better this morning on that transverse line as a backup resource, aren't they? They were holding back a bit yesterday.
Yeah, really nice backup. And it was great as well to swing it to the far side reset because it just opened up the attack.
Evans continues her 100% shooting streak this morning. 4 minutes left on the clock of this first quarter, and the score is now 5 goals apiece.
It was well seen as well by Thomas. She's unlucky it's been brought back because the goal shooter was home alone. They're going to have to start switching in that circle, City Flames.
And we might have just jinxed Evans' shooting streak, so we do apologise, Lauren.
That was a pass.
Of course. Still on 100% for us, but Rachel Griffiths has no problems putting that in the net.
Oh, a good decision from Bell not to send that forward. Radcliffe.
Lovely work. Elise Hayward drew both defenders away from Bell. Clever play from Howell. Another pass from Evans. But Griffiths pulled for using the post to balance. Birchhurst running scot-free through the court as Evans takes a little breather.
Yeah, good decision by Bell. Lovely 1-2 with Radcliffe.
And there's Radcliffe to put that ball in the net. Takes the score to 6 goals to 5. Oh, and Katie Darlow again read that so well, didn't she? Her vision's exceptional from the back of the court there.
She really did, and put her body on the line because she would have seen that Thomas had no sight of her coming out, so she was always going to take that hit.
She's a strong player, Katie Darlow.
Oh, lovely step in from Charles.
Wonderful step. Saw the space right in front of her. No one marking her. Wonderful space by Bell. Know exactly where her feet were.
Timing, speed. Honestly, you're like, where was this yesterday? This is really nice netball.
Bit of patience needed. And Selena Radcliffe.
Yeah, it was
nothing wrong with Radcliffe's.
No, it was Birchhurst. There was a real tussle going on between her and Evans, and I think she's been pulled for marking out of court. She actually followed her off court to defend.
And Birchhurst obviously doesn't agree with the call, but gets back on her game. Very physical player, Tizzy Birchhurst. Very athletic. Charles comes out of her circle, gives another option. Nice to see.
Oh, it's such a good swing as well.
And gives that option for Radcliffe then to utilise herself more, isn't it?
Yeah, I do think they've done a great job on their homework. And the thing is, that must also be frustrating for West Wales because they'll have watched them yesterday, right, and done their homework on how they played yesterday, and now it's like playing a different team.
Because yesterday we saw a lot of Sivak. She was working really hard. Oh, Radcliffe managed her feet, couldn't find Hayward. But Sivak was working so hard yesterday and turning over balls, those high balls in, but she's not getting an arm in, is she, on Charles?
No, not at all. And it is the timing and the space. And actually the ability of the feeders. Yesterday some of the balls were coming in quite hard and flat, whereas these just have a bit more touch on them.
Well, 3 goals, the deficit. Now 4. 10 goals to Flames, plays 6, for Phoenix.
It's got to go in. Oh, no,
and the clock is running down. And Charles will be pulled for contact on Sivak. So the end of this first quarter on day 2, game 1. Flames versus Phoenix. 10 goals to Flames, plays 6 goals to Phoenix. What a start to the second day. Who is this yellow team that's come out?
I know, they've absolutely come out firing, haven't they? I mean, we saw them play with speed yesterday, but a lot of it was uncontrolled. And so when they were putting those feeds in, sometimes they were off balance. As I said before, sometimes they were quite flat feeds into Charles. Charles was quite close to the goal line. And they've obviously gone back and looked at all those things and they've tweaked it. Now they're really thinking about their passes. If they've come through at speed, the last ball they're thinking about a bit more. They're on both feet. They're not stood on one foot. And the circle space is so much nicer. You know, Charles is holding high, playing to post, and Radcliffe's entering as well. It's just, just aiding it all. It's just really good play.
Definitely, and we see that combination a bit better now, don't we, from Bell and Radcliffe. They're playing with each other more as a unit than they were playing as maybe as individuals yesterday. And we were talking yesterday about how the morale of the way you're playing can make you play better as well. And maybe we're seeing that a bit more from Flames this morning.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've hit the nail on the head of them playing together, though, more. We saw quite often Bell take every other ball or Hayward take every other ball through the court. And what's happening now is quite even distribution between all three of them, Hayward, Bell and Radcliffe at the front. And I think that's really helping.
Definitely. Well, Phoenix are not out of it just yet. It's only a 4-goal deficit, like we've said many times yesterday. Very close matches. It's only 2 turnovers.
Yeah, and you know what? They've got to look at defensively what they can do to try and stop this. So, as we talked about, City Flames are bringing the ball through quite quickly. How can they hold them up? How can they disrupt that feed? So, getting arms over and also creating that sort of one-player free. So, we saw it at one point in time. I think it was Roberts came through on the fly for the ball because they'd had one player free placed almost, and it made it look really open, and Roberts just came through and took it. And you know what? That's superb defending. They need to do more of that or hold them up higher and win the ball higher up through the court.
Absolutely. And Sivak, like we said yesterday, had a wonderful day yesterday. She was all over those high balls coming in. She was working really hard. But at the moment, because you've seen that change in Charles and how she's stronger and working enough space around her, Sivak's having a little bit of difficulty doing that.
Yeah, I think she's just got to keep on taking her feet off the body. Like I say, it's really hard. When those balls are accurate, it's really hard. And you can't just, as a keeper, you need the people out the front of you doing that job. You need them to have arms over. You need them to disrupt the feed a little bit. Otherwise, it's always going to be virtually unbeatable one-on-one. The best she can do is keep her feet off and actually eyes up and see if she can hunt something early.
But we cannot fault the shooting on Phoenix's side. Lauren Evans is absolutely smashing those long bombs in, and Rachel Griffiths has also had a couple of shots in. I don't think I've seen her missed yet either.
No, you know what? It's just getting the ball to them. They've struggled with a couple of times, and I think it's more where it's been double marked. There've been confusion, a couple of silly errors. It's not anything that they can't tweak. They can definitely tweak that now moving forward, and just look about having more than one option to ball.
Well, as we start here now, the second quarter of this first match of the day. No changes to be seen for City Flames, and a lovely little triangle work of off-balance players just happening there in the attacking circle. However, one change happening for Phoenix. We have seen Hayley Lewis-Howell take to the bench. Ellie J. Jones has come in to the centre court, the youngster. She is a talent in this league. She's only young, but she is proving herself to be very competent. Oh, what a ball from Sarah Bell.
And just those ones, like Emma Roberts did well to read that, but catch it. 2 hands.
And there is Josie Sivak going for that high ball. No doubt, assistant coach, defence extraordinaire Helen Thomas would have told her to really fight for that ball against Charles. And Jill Morgan again with those arms.
Yeah,
there is Ellie J. Lauren Evans just checking she's in the circle before attempting that long shot. Obstruction called for Elise Hayward from outside of the circle. And just off the post, but wonderful rebound from Evans.
Oh, superb, quick, smart play there as well.
And just a little step in, and she's in her favourite range. Oh, wonderful work from all 3 of those attackers then.
Such a nice fake from Sarah Bell, and then to just turn and send it to Charles.
And Radcliffe drew almost 3 defenders, didn't she, out of the circle then?
Yeah, they've got to be careful to try and stay one-on-one and not get drawn to that clear, because Radcliffe does that really well. It's great chat from the back.
Katie Darlow is very vocal in the back there, especially when her defensive partner was out for contact, and she really dictated that circle using Jill Morgan as an extra defender. And Elise Hayward finding all the space, and there's the ball to Charles. Much better movement from Charles this morning, finding that space and timing.
Even just the options on second phase for City Flames, I mean, they've just got done contact, but are so much better. Like Elise Hayward's looking down, and when Radcliffe's coming out, she's pulling wide to make sure that she doesn't get in the way.
Unfortunate error there from Phoenix. Not many options on that ball. And Lauren Evans again.
Yeah, unfortunate, deems to be too close, but great that she's defending so hard through the court.
And Charles to bring the score up to 14-7.
See, the difference there for West Wales Phoenix is that second phase drive is really flat from the centre, and she's the only offer coming through on second phase. That's why it's a bit stickier, but Lauren Evans on the long shot.
Oh, what a lovely rebound from Lauren Evans. Rachel Griffiths can't quite capitalise on that, and Darlow will pick that up.
Lovely drive
Lizzie
onto the ball.
Birchhurst on the move. And Sivak got a hand to that one. Lovely work by Radcliffe. And there's that defensive effort of Phoenix.
Yeah, it was much better defending there between Sivak and Roberts. Lots of switching, just covering the front.
This ball is moving through court so quickly, isn't it, today? It's on the pace of the ball moving. It's obviously working for Flames, working very well, but is it a bit too fast for Phoenix?
You know what, at the moment, before it wasn't getting into the circle, now it's getting into the circle, but the shots aren't going in for them. They just need everything to come together at the same point in time, which sounds really easy, but...
It's basically netball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Radcliffe takes the score to 15-7.
Yeah, West Wales Phoenix really need to start to try and make an indent into this scoreline now, because otherwise the game will run away from them.
Flames really showing what they're made of now. Lovely patience from Sarah Bell, but well read from Roberts. Anne wins the back line.
Yeah, much better off the body, looking at the long ball in rather than focusing on sticking tight onto a player, and I think that's how they're going to win ball against this pairing of Charles and Radcliffe.
And the voice of Katie Darlow from the back is very loud and clear all the way up here for us on the balcony.
It is, and they've just got this really nice defensive unit. They're like creating like a dice in the middle, City Flames, and what we saw then was them keeping all of West Wales Phoenix all on one side, which was really, really smart. West Wales Phoenix need to recognise that and have somebody pull wide and just be a wider option so that they can at least pull that defence apart a little bit or swing it and open up the other side.
Absolutely, and some changes for Phoenix. Emma Roberts is taken to the bench. We did have a confirmation that she did pick up a slight injury yesterday. So Sarah Jordan has come on to goal defence. And Ellie J, the youngster, has gone on to the bench, and Hayley Lewis-Howell is back on in the middle.
Oh, a lovely reverse hand there by Jessica Thomas. Lovely shot.
Thomas finds Howell. Can't quite find her shooters yet. Doesn't want to force, but there is Darlow.
Yeah, that box zone is just proving too much for them, but they'll get another shot here.
Swing over to Thomas, but again, that wonderful defensive work from Flames. Birchurst and Darlow creating that pressure for Hayward just to zoom through and pick up that ball.
Yeah, they were caught stood still, West Wales Phoenix, and that, long diagonal ball with someone stood still is very unlikely to land.
And 10 is now the deficit. Flames on 17 to Phoenix's 7. Wonderful work by Charles just to get herself that extra inch of space.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the umpire had seen that because she was on the other side, but very good call.
Lovely work by Catherine Murray, the very experienced umpire we have here. Oh, Darlow again saw that ball slightly late on her run, wasn't sure to commit, but Griffiths was not ready for that ball from Evans.
No, and
expecting Evans to shoot from there.
Yeah, and I think they also just need a bit of disguise on their passes. I think the opposite, what you see in the opposite end for City Flames is the use of the second option, or sometimes faking the first, giving the second, or faking the second and then going back to the first. But West Wales Phoenix tend to give the ball that they see at the moment, and it's a bit easier to read.
Well, she shoots from there, Lauren Evans, and it's just under a minute left on the clock as the seconds do tick down. Hayward will have to take the centre pass. And Flames could be quite creative with the ball here, try and run the clock down, as Sarah Bell is doing.
And look at that switch of sides between Bell and Hayward. Like, they're balancing the court so well in attack.
Wonderful work from both of them. 20 seconds now on the clock, which forces Phoenix to take their centre pass. And Griffiths counters.
Yeah,
Hayward has no choice but to take that centre pass into Charles. It goes. A second left, and she just misses. However, a contact call against Sarah Jordan.
I love it. Charles is like, Jordan, come back here.
And she gets it in there. So that will count on the buzzer for Tasha Charles. The final score of that first half, 20 goals to City Flames, to West Wales Phoenix's 9. Well, what a quarter that was for City Flames. They ran away with that one.
They really did. And you know what? It's technically really good netball from them at the moment. I think their centre pass to goals are so much slicker. So we talked about the feeds being better. But what you're seeing on the centre pass for City Flames at the moment is they've got a really clear first offer. It tends to come from Sarah Bell. That first offer lands, and then what you're getting is one clear second phase offer on the forward. It tends to be Radcliffe, but if not, Hayward is coming through. If the first offer doesn't come on, they're then looking at the second offer, and they've always got a lateral offer as well. So they've literally got, the textbook 3 offers that we talk about, the front, the diagonal, and the lateral, and they're arriving in staggered timings. It's literally textbook netball.
It is really wonderful work. We were just talking about how they're balancing the court so nicely as well. So like you said, if that first offer of maybe the lateral or the diagonal isn't on, then that next option has swung the court, hasn't it? And then that ball can then just open up the court so widely for them.
Yeah, and they're looking as well, if they're looking forward for like 2.5, and then they're using the reset, but with purpose. So we saw that last play when we talked about that court balance, Sarah Bell sent it back to the line. I think she sent it back to Birchurst, and then she's clearing, and you've got Hayward coming through, and it's almost seamless, like they know where each other is going. And then the no-look pass from Hayward to open up Sarah Bell, but in relation to what's on in front of them, that's what's really key. They're not swinging it with no aim at the end of it or as a last-ditch option. They're looking in the circle and going, okay, the defence are all nearest the ball, so if I swing it over to Sarah, what happens is that reverses, and we've got then the attack in front of the defence, and it opens up the circle beautifully.
Always one step ahead of the game which is the best way to be. So West Wales Phoenix now trailing 11 goals after that second quarter. They started off really strong, didn't they? They were kind of goal for goal at the moment. So head coaches Helen Thomas and Wendy Lewis, what do you expect to see from them for this second half?
I think it's almost the reverse, the other side. There's lots of straight drives down the court. They're not really running. So we like to talk about running on diagonals and the ball travelling on straight lines. Whereas after the centre pass for them, there's not necessarily a second phase off where everyone's really wide. But that comes right from the beginning. So when they go to take the centre pass, both your wing attack and goal attack are both coming over the line and both looking for the ball for 1 or 2 seconds. So I'd be saying to them, look, why don't you just sit a bit deeper? And it'd probably be asking Lauren Evans to sit a bit deeper because they're being really smart, City Flames. They know that Lauren Evans is the one that's shooting all the shots. So they're basically trying to keep her out. You can see them almost double marking her, keeping her out of the circle. So I'd probably tell Lauren Evans, look, you sit in. Rachel Griffiths, you come out and look for second phase. Let's go wing attack over. If it doesn't land with wing attack, then go back. But what I want is, this is what I would do. What I want, Evans, is I want you to sit in that circle a bit more. So you're punching out and punching back in, but I don't want you doing too much around outside to start off with, because she's the one that puts the ball in the net.
She is definitely a bit of a playmaker for them at the moment, isn't she? And we do know Lauren Evans can play a wonderful goal shooter, but West Wales Phoenix, another team, unfortunately, that has been plagued by a number of injuries this season, continuously having to chop and change their players around the court. But as you said, Lauren Evans doing a lot of work in that court at the minute. She's defensively, she's coming all the way up to transfer line, and she's really putting hours over ball. She's getting turnovers, she's getting tips, sometimes being pulled for obstruction. But she is working really hard, isn't she? And we've seen the difference it makes to have that attacking defensive work. But then she's obviously working extremely hard to get back then to...
Yeah, and I still think she has to do that defence, absolutely. But I think when they're on attack, if she goes in a bit more and Griffiths comes out a bit more, don't get me wrong, Griffiths can shoot as well. But at the moment, they're not necessarily putting as much pressure on Griffiths. That's staying as a one-on-one. I think if you end up with Lauren, and Lauren Evans is being marked by the wing defence and goal defence, it's not necessarily the double of the keeper. So I think if you get Lauren Evans in, bring Griffiths out, I think you might actually end up opening Griffiths more on the give and goes and driving in the circle, because they'll be so focused on Evans. So just something different for the defence to have to think about, something different.
Well, let's see if Phoenix do indeed listen to your wise words there and try and shake things up in that shooting circle as the players get back onto the court. No apparent changes from City Flames apart from one on that wing defence swing. Megan Cooper takes on the wing defence bib and Jill Morgan takes the bench.
I've been really impressed with Jill Morgan. I thought she'd done a great job in this first half of the game. I don't think we saw her as much yesterday in the second game. I think she's done a really good job in this one.
Well, no changes for Phoenix since their last 7 on the court. Sarah Jordan continues in that goal defence position.
But if you look at the screen now, everybody's together.
They are very much in those far channels, aren't they? But also you can see Flames are really boxing in those players. And Maddie Thomas does well to change her hip angle.
Lovely ball. Nice middle from Griffiths.
Better movement from Griffiths, and she is also a long-range shooter. We saw a lot of her yesterday shooting from longer ranges.
Yeah, and I think, give her the ball more, get them to focus on her a bit more, and then you're working off 2 shooters again. Lovely screen. Oh, we've got a changing goal shooter.
We do have a change in goal shooter. So Tash Charles has come off the bench. We heard her from the bench and noticed that she was off the court. Olivia Brown has come in to goal shooter for City Flames. Another youngster. And Megan Cooper, first touch on the ball, off balance, saves the ball. However, maybe Flames also forgot that Tash Charles had come off the court trying to put that ball in.
Yeah, it was a bit ambitious, wasn't it, from halfway line.
Phoenix again down that side of the court.
And look, sometimes it works if you're on a quick transition, but if it's happening all the time, it's a lot easier to intercept. It's a lot easier to read. Oh, well held.
Wonderful work from Griffiths. And it will move now up to the Lauren Evans range.
That was really good work by Griffiths as well to hold that rebound position.
Boxing out Darlow in that rebound. Taking the score now to 21-11. Still 10 the deficit.
Yeah, Brown just moved a bit too soon on that first offer. That's why she had to go to backspace.
But Phoenix can't keep the ball on that one. Turnover, lovely. And Sarah Bell finding the space for Brown. Olivia Brown, also a very versatile player, plays goalkeeper and goal shooter. Hasn't quite found her eye yet. And Megan Cooper, the wing defence, is pulled for causing contact.
Yeah, I think Maddie Thomas will be relieved at that because she was having all sorts of trouble trying to get around her.
Lauren Evans with a smile, knowing it's in her favourite shooting area.
And Griffiths, again, has that rebound space.
Much better rebound positioning from Griffiths this quarter already, isn't it? And now she's finding the ball in a space that she also likes to shoot from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lewis Howell, lovely swing from Lauren Evans, who was finding it difficult against Birchurst.
Yeah, she's right to go off court though, but probably just needs to run all the way down the goal line.
Birchurst doing a great job to keep Lauren Evans out, working extremely hard and flipping all the way to the other side. Radcliffe.
I think it's the speed of Hayward. She was down at the defending circle a second ago, and then we blinked and she's up right in the pocket.
She is a rocket on this court, and her change of pace, including her change of direction, it's like her body is fluid, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. An absolute nightmare to mark. Blink and she's gone. Good shot by Brown. Second time of asking, but so composed.
Lauren Evans again, that catalyst in the middle.
Ooh.
Griffiths. And Katie Darlow again underneath that post for the rebound.
She's so strong underneath there, isn't she?
Oh, Radcliffe plucked that out of the air. Sivak, much better from her this quarter.
Oh, it's unfortunate for them they couldn't land that, because actually as they were coming through the court I was just thinking, oh, this great space by West Wales Phoenix.
Well, Birchurst has been doing a wonderful job against Lauren Evans this third quarter, trying to take her out the game, but Evans has not given up yet. But here is that combination of Hayward and Bell.
Yeah, but look at the width they create.
Look at the space Sarah Bell has on that far side of the court.
Yeah, it just doesn't, between them, they're just not getting drawn into the mess. If everyone's on one side, one of them's always staying out on the free side, and it's lovely. Better defence by West Wales Phoenix, trying to keep them up. It's unfortunate there for Thomas that she's been pinged for contact. I thought she was doing a really good job of keeping the attack up the court. A smart play to try and do that.
They've got a nice setup there. Hayward using her body to protect the space away from Howells, and Olivia Brown will put that in the net to take the score to 24-12. And Rachel Griffiths finds herself in wonderful space. So did Mary Thomas clock that. Sivak all over Brown, knew exactly where she was, but Olivia Brown put her body on the line then, and the body of her bench to take that ball.
Lovely quick transition and a nice pass into the backspace.
Griffiths has really come into the game now, hasn't she, this third quarter?
Yeah, and you know what? It was absolutely key for her to do that, because I think it'll just release a little bit of pressure off Evans. Oh, great tip there from Birchhurst, but it still lands, and Griffiths secures another goal.
Sarah Bell and Hayward again finding each other on that court. Bell couldn't quite find that though between her feet.
This is where they need a wide.
Megan Cooper.
They need their back defence player to come on the wide on that West Wales Phoenix so that they can just open up the court.
Not spreading their play as much as Flames are. What a shot there by Griffiths. Lauren Evans was running around the back of the court.
I love it, because Griffiths has just stepped up completely to that shooting role now. I mean, she could shoot before, but she wasn't necessarily getting the opportunities, and she's gone, that's fine, you mark Evans, give me the ball.
And Evans just stayed in that circle a little bit more for that one.
And again, superb rebound space from Griffiths.
Phoenix trying to close this gap. Sarah Bell. Finding space, finding Brown.
Yeah, it was lovely space by Brown, wasn't it? She just had acres of room behind her.
Lovely swing from Lauren Evans, and even she knows she can't get there. And she waited and still puts the ball in. Bit of mind games going on between Evans and Burgess at the moment.
It's an amazing battle, isn't it?
Lauren Evans was standing still in the middle of the court, watching her team get it to circle edge. Olivia Brown couldn't quite keep her balance on the back line.
I think she's getting caught a little bit where Charles was yesterday now. She's almost getting really encouraged on the goal line by Sivak. She just needs to give herself a little bit more space. It's fine for her when it lands in pocket, but when it lands at the top, she's too close to the goal line.
And Maddie Thomas tries to keep that ball alive and finds Evans. And there is Griffiths again.
And another turnover ball for them here. Oh, 5 seconds. She's got to put it up.
An obstruction called. She will have another chance at this, Rachel Griffiths. And a contact call, so even closer she goes to the post. And she puts it in. The pressure of that shot with no defenders, no time on the clock. And at the end of that third quarter, the score is 26 to City Flames, 20 to West Wales Phoenix. Well, what a quarter for West Wales Phoenix. City Flames putting 6 goals up in that quarter compared to West Wales Phoenix absolutely smashing that quarter.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that City Flames have obviously had a change in personnel there, and therefore it takes a while to settle. And those connections take a while to build once you've made changes. Slightly different style of play potentially between Brown and Charles. So just finding those connections might, whether they leave that on and let it build is one thing. But actually also West Wales Phoenix, they've just tweaked their attack a little bit in terms of the play between Griffiths and Evans. And they've almost freed Griffiths. They're looking for Griffiths more. They're giving her the ball more, and she's sinking the shots. And not only that, she's getting into really good rebound positions now. So even in the second quarter, we had quite a few where Evans missed a few towards the end, and it was Darlow that was getting every rebound. Well, this time it's not, is it? It's Griffiths, and it's going straight through the net.
Absolutely, and obviously we are seeing the battle between Birchhurst and Evans, and it's all over the court. We did see Lauren Evans at one point swing the ball over to circle edge and just stand still in the middle of the court thinking, I'm just going to wait here now.
Yeah, and you know what? I think she's doing exactly the right thing, because by doing that, she's given the whole of that circle to Griffiths and saying, okay, well, it's yours, girl. You got this one-on-one. And Griffiths is doing a really good job one-on-one. So she doesn't necessarily need to fight to be in there. She can hold off. And I think every credit to her for doing that, because the opposite of that is fighting through it, isn't it? maybe getting called for contact. And the other thing is putting both defenders in the circle where they're both rangy and can turn balls. So fair play.
Yeah, and she did then, of course, sprint her way in and got the ball off the circle edge and split landed and put the ball in. So she made her own work for herself, didn't she?
Yeah, exactly. Timing is everything. I still think their centre passes need a little bit of work. They're probably not going to be able to fix that going into the fourth quarter because it's something that they probably need to look at after this game. But when they are transitioning quickly on a turnover and the defence can't set up for City Flames, that's working for them. So I think they've just got to take every opportunity now that they turn and capitalise by taking it through as quickly as possible. When City Flames get to set up and they force them all one side, that's when they're losing ball.
Well, we will see now as we go into this final quarter of the first match of the day. City Flames currently leading by 6 goals in comparison to that 11-goal deficit we ended on after that second quarter. So Phoenix have really brought this game back.
They really have. And look, like looking down, I'm not sure that Flames have made any changes. So fair play to Jamila Abbott, the coach for them. I think she's made a good decision there to let them run it out, to let those connections build. But it's also a brave decision. So
no changes, like we said, for Flames, and also no changes for Phoenix, as obviously head coaches Wendy Lewis and Helen Thomas found that their 7 were working as well. And here are Flames just working the ball.
They need to stay disciplined, West Wales Phoenix, because they don't really need time to be run down too much. They want to take every second of this game that they've got.
They don't want to hand the ball to Flames just as it's just happened and give them an easy goal, do they? They want them to work for it and earn it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Darlow, you could see she wanted that one. Lauren Evans arriving after running off Birchurst and still puts that goal in the net. I bet her legs will be tired tonight.
I'm surprised they weren't tired yesterday, to be fair.
Maddie Thomas stayed in control of that all over Megan Cooper. Lauren Evans working from the back of the court now and secures that from the hardest shooting position on the court, top of the D.
That was an amazing shot. I thought, oh, why isn't she passing that off? Because she's got potentially an offload, but
and now
that's why.
Megan Cooper is fighting off Lauren Evans as Birchurst has stayed more in the circle, maybe picking up that Rachel Griffiths is now also a threat.
Yeah.
Well, Flames have got a lot of work to do for this one because Lauren Evans is absolutely on fire.
She is, and she's smiling. I don't blame her. If I could shoot like that, I'd like be jumping up and down every time I shot. It's absolutely stunning shooting from her. Hayward has to be a bit careful here not to step in too far. It was a great hold by Brown.
Wonderful space. And Radcliffe picks up the rebound, but Sivak takes the ball from the air.
Oh.
And Olivia Brown on the defense, but can't quite find a player. A bib is on the floor. There's the bib of Lewis Howell.
I love the fact that she didn't go and get it. She was like, oh, I can't.
She waited. Can't move my feet from this position. I got the ball. And Maddie Thomas really used her body well there against Cooper, but wasn't given the ball. Jess Thomas held for 3 seconds.
That was really good defense in front, just keeping everyone deep.
Radcliffe can't quite find the net, and Sivak again taking that ball.
There's just a gap in the middle here. Ooh.
Thomas unfortunately losing that battle with Cooper. And Hayward. Lovely space by Brown. Can't quite get her hands on it.
Right, West Wales Phoenix now need to really work this ball through. Their defence need to do some give and goes and drive it through, because at the moment, City Flames are doing a really good job of creating a void in the middle and only having one option.
And there is Cooper again. The footwork was called. 1 foot just landed. It's a little bit too early for it.
That's a good decision to go right over the mess to the centre.
Lauren Evans looked to shoot past Rachel Griffiths' face. But Phoenix have really pulled this back. 11 goal deficit at half time. Currently a 3 goal deficit. We've seen it done before, but this is in true style.
Oh, it's off.
Darlow will pick up that rebound from an uncharacteristic miss from Evans.
And they just need to make sure they maintain focus in that shooting circle. If it's going to go up, get that rebound position.
Nice play to reset that ball from Flames. Hayward deep in pocket.
Really smart play here between Hayward and Bell. They're not getting flustered, just maintaining possession to create an opportunity.
And they will gladly play the ball around, won't they, between them and reset it until they feel their shooters are ready for the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a turnover for them, so they could well have crushed West Wales Phoenix dreams of coming back now.
Phoenix were well and truly on a roll. Momentum, and Olivia Brown finds the ball from Bell and takes that next goal for them. 29 plays 24. Again, a small deficit.
But again, nothing on in front once that first ball's landed.
Lauren Evans staying firmly in the circle. Maybe an option is needed now.
Yeah, lovely. Drew both defence, opened up Griffiths.
And that option was drawing away.
They need some big turnovers here, West Wales Phoenix. And City Flames just need to stay composed. That was a superb feed under pressure.
Well, here come Phoenix again. Oh, Lauren Evans, change of direction, wonderful work. Little 1-2. And didn't quite find her feet before trying to bounce the ball off Darlow. Oh, Jess Thomas. I thought she was going to take that.
She did well to pull out of it, actually, because she would have absolutely wiped the other player out. So fair play to her.
Phoenix now trailing by 5. And Sarah Bell will get her hands on any ball, won't she? She'll pluck it out of the air.
Yeah, and just whereas before she sent that back on a reset, that pass into pocket wasn't quite on, but there wasn't a reset on for her.
Lewis Howell pulls for contact against Elise Hayward.
Lovely goal line drive by Ratcliffe.
Radcliffe just not able to find the net, but Brown does. Flames now keep extending this lead.
And I think what's nice to see is it is building that combination between Ratcliffe and Brown now.
Rachel Griffiths, lovely work. And Darlow will take that interception. Birchurst in acres of space on the run.
Great decision. And look, Radcliffe didn't even turn then. They are quite happy to run this clock down, Flames.
2.5 minutes left on the clock. They will keep playing possession. Radcliffe. And she likes that range as well. So many long bomb shooters in this competition.
Yeah, off 1 foot as well. Fair play. Great shot.
And she knew exactly where Sarah Bell was in that one. And there is Sivak. Oh, what an unfortunate call for Sivak. What a wonderful take that was in the air.
Yeah, I think the whole arena went, ah.
Well, 8 goals now, the deficit for Phoenix. 34 plays 25, up to 9 after that last goal. Back down to 8 after this one from Griffiths.
Yeah, Griffiths has really come alive in the second half of the game. I think, they've really started to look for a... But I think in fairness to City Flames, they've won this game, but they've had to win it still.
They have worked very hard.
They've corrected
in this last quarter.
Yeah, they've corrected some errors from yesterday. Defensive pressure has been on point. Attacking prowess has been on point. Like, their whole team has literally been firing. Birchhurst has had such an impact in shutting down Evans.
Birchhurst has not stopped running the entire quarter. She takes the ball on the run. She's always on reset. She's shutting down attackers. Lauren Evans now stays in that gold third.
30 seconds left on the clock here.
And Radcliffe takes that turnover straight into Brown. 36 plays 27. Well, Maddie Thomas knew what was on the clock. Sarah Bell knows what was on the clock.
Yeah, there was still plenty of time, and you just get the feeling that she'd just given up a bit there.
And a contact call drawn by Brown. So plenty of time for her to put that ball in. And there goes the buzzer. Well, what a game from both teams here at the first game of the day at Day 2 National League. Fleet EV National League at House Sport in Cardiff. City Flames take the win by 10 goals, 37 play 27. Their first official win, City Flames, and it's much, much deserved and much needed for their confidence boost.
Oh, you know what? They were amazing today. There's no two ways about it. I'm not going to lie. I was a bit disappointed in them yesterday just because we know how they can play. And today they were like, that's how we can play. A really stunning performance. West Wales Phoenix, you know what? They came back in and they did a lot of work. They tweaked some stuff defensively. I thought they were really, really pressuring. But yeah, it's just disappointing for them, I would imagine, because they came so close to pulling it back and then it just ran away again.
Absolutely. Well, back to the drawing board for both teams now for their second match of the day later on this afternoon. And we will be back with you just before 10 past 10 for our second match of the day, which will be Northwest Fury versus Southeast Blazed. You don't want to miss it. Croeso all, welcome back to day 2 here of the Fleet EV National League's finals weekend. Well, what a match we had to start between City Flames and West Wales Phoenix. Flames taking their first win of the competition and very well deserved. Game 2 is ahead of us, Northwest Fury versus South East Blaze. We are running ahead of schedule this morning, so we are very happy to be able to watch these girls warm up and take to the court to the music that's playing around the arena. We are excited to see what the day brings us. I am Elaine Roberts, and joining me is Natalie Pepperell. After all the excitement we had yesterday, did you manage to get some rest, take it all in, ready for today?
You know what, I was quite sleepy this morning, and this morning I was like, I really hope that the first game is super exciting, and it was. So who needs coffee when you've got City Flames versus West Wales Phoenix?
Who needs an adrenaline kick or a caffeine kick when you've got that to watch in front of you? Well, we are super excited to watch these girls play. Well, we didn't quite manage to catch you up on all the action before the first match this morning. So just to catch you up on all the information we have 8 teams competing for those all-important final placing positions today. After 3 all-important competitions days, we started in Bangor way back in May. We had Ebbw competition day in June just last month, and this is finals day 2 for these girls competing in Cardiff House of Sport. They are the best talent that we've got in Wales who are not part of the essential criteria, who are not Wales Feathers players, any senior Dragons, or any part of the Cardiff Dragons pathway, or player or training partners, any other National Super League squads or National Netball Performance League squads, or any other squads external to Wales, national squads external to Wales. We do have some previous Welsh Feathers taking the court, as is their right, to carry on playing netball in the best performance that they can. So you will see and hear some names on the court showing their talent and skills. We have a wonderful crowd joined us here in the House of Sport. This year we have been excited to have the addition of 2 new teams, Power Sparks and Coastal Heat, and they have showed us what they're made of, haven't they?
Oh my goodness, I was really excited to see them play, and they did not disappoint. Both games that they played in yesterday were superb. Power Sparks had us on the edge of our seat, and then Coastal Heat, it was amazing, wasn't it? Because they made loads of changes. I thought maybe it was crazy because they made 5 changes all at once, and my goodness, did it pay off.
Oh, Power Sparks have to be the most versatile team in this competition. Every player can play every position on that court and play it well. And the depth in their bench, as well as every team in this competition, the benches that we've seen players come onto the court and make such an impact when they come onto the court.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see that the coaches have the faith in the players as well. And as you were saying, alluding to the opportunity for the players, it's fabulous to see so many opportunities for coaches as well to be coaching at this level. And some brave decisions at times, but actually some really good decisions made.
Definitely. So coaches obviously sign up and ask to be coaching these teams. So if that's something that you at home want to do next year, sign up to become part of the coaching teams for your local area, for your area of Wales. If you feel like you want to join us next year for the National League teams. We have coaches, assistant coaches, team managers, even teams bringing their own primary carers. There's some doctors on benches. We have a doctor that's joined for, I believe Ellie Wyatt is a doctor for Northwest Fury. We have a doctor for other teams. We have physios. We have so many primary carers on benches, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, and performance analysts. I believe one team have a performance analyst, so lots of opportunities.
Definitely opportunities indeed. Well, taking control of this game, our fabulous umpires, part of the umpiring teams. We have got Rhiannydd Reynolds in the white, not holding the ball at the moment, and Joe Williams is also joining her. Both very competent and experienced umpires, umpiring very high levels here in the south of Wales. We have seen them umpiring many of the games here in National Leagues. We have a wonderful team of umpires with us throughout the competition. We have A, B, C umpires really showing their talent.
Yeah, and the amount of court sprints they've got to do over a day is very impressive.
I don't think I want bloody umpires, these teams, because they are very athletic. So credit to our umpires. So as South East Blaze in the reds take on that first centre pass, let's see what this game brings us. The starting 7 for South East Blaze. We have got Charlotte Lewis in goal shooter, Abigail Meredith in goal attack, Rebecca Baker, captain and coach in wing attack. Charlotte Scarborough in that centre position. Wing defence, Eloise Spacey. Goal defence, Brooke Collette. And Katie Rees in goal shooter. Goal shooter now taking the ball in the green for Fury as she puts up the shot. Gwenann Williams. In goal attack, Ellen Barwick. Wing attack, Lucy McEwen. Captain Lucy Leonard in the middle and the centre position. Lily Doodson in wing defence. Steph Oliver-Smith in goal defence. And Steffi Stutt in goalkeeper.
Already a really evenly matched game here, 1v1. And it's interesting to see Steffi Stutt back in that goalkeeper position today, because we've seen it quite regularly at goal defence. But I think that just goes to show the threat that is Charlotte Lewis in that goal shooter position for South East Blaze.
We definitely have seen her as a threat already this competition, especially partnering up with Meredith. But what a ball in from Lucy Leonard, straight into Williams. That ball didn't even touch the net going through that goal.
Yeah, Gwenann Williams has been superb this whole competition.
Brooke Collette finds Baker. Now Meredith will find the goal.
She's a lovely mid-range shooter.
Oh, Brooke Collette. Lovely tip for that, but couldn't quite find the ball.
Great closing speed, isn't it, that she's got?
Lucy McEwen plucks it from the air. Williams again. She's become a pivotal player for Fury, hasn't she, Gwenann Williams?
She has. She's so calm and collected, but we were talking yesterday, weren't we? She's got so many tools in her toolkit. She can hold front, back, she can roll, she can pluck the ball out of the air, she can pluck it from one side.
And on the opposite side of the court, Charlotte Lewis draws, thought it was contact, but it was off court. She landed on the court with the ball, hadn't grounded her feet.
Great width.
Williams collects that ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was for Williams, but she did a good job of making the pass look like a decent pass.
Lovely swing. Barwick looking to screen with Williams, but couldn't stay onside. Lucy McEwen.
It's great work by the defence of South East Blaze to bring this ball up. Oh, contact call. Northwest Fury bench is so loud. They are really encouraging their team when they're not on the ball, and when they are on the ball, they're nice and calm.
Bringing that momentum to their team. Well, we know the partnership of Stutt and Oliver Smith can really bring something special to this defensive circle, but no challenge there for Lewis.
Stutt gets a hand to the rebound, but knocked it off. Don't really want to try to give them any more opportunities. They need to try and stay really disciplined in that circle.
And there is Lewis putting that ball in. Very neck and neck here at the moment. 4 goals, plays 3. Lovely width from Fury this morning, really utilising all the space on the court.
Yeah, the keeper just needs a head up for Blaze. Katie Rees at the back. She could have flown on that ball to the centre, but that's credit to Gwenann Williams and the work that she's doing. She's really focusing Rees's attention.
Well, South East Blaze really moving this ball around now.
Lovely front sweep from Meredith.
And Meredith, another one of those long-range shooters we have in this competition, has found the net wonderfully. Gwenann Williams, 2-on-1, still takes the ball and pops to Barwick.
Great little cheeky pop pass.
Barwick yesterday was a great contender, wasn't she? She was moving around, creating space, running wonderfully around Williams.
Yeah, and again, those long shots that she takes as well.
But
Better
movement.
timing there as well from Lewis, just taking Stutt out the equation.
Lucy McEwen called for breaking. The calibre of netball from these two teams today. Everyone's come back raring and ready to go after a heavy day yesterday, but Meredith with a change direction to shake off Steffi Oliver Smith.
Yeah, she did apologise as she gave her a cuddle on the way through.
Well, the noise level has risen in this arena today.
What a great up by Steffi Stutt.
And Fury really moving the ball around. Lucy Leonard.
She put her body across that, didn't she? It was really smart play, drew the contact from Scarborough because Scarborough had the closing speed on the ball.
Lucy Leonard, an experienced Loughborough player. A lot of these Northwest Fury girls, part of the Island Games squad for Anglesey. First time Anglesey competed in the Island Games. They're very proud to be able to be part of that squad.
They did a good job.
Oh, and Brooke Collette again. The height she gets on those jumps. She might not be the tallest in there, but she can jump, Brooke Collette.
Yeah, you have to change direction on Brooke Collette because her closing speed is phenomenal. You don't want to get in a running race with her.
She takes feet to ball, doesn't she, Brooke Collette? She doesn't stop to jump. She runs through her jump, which is really effective.
The outlet ball to Gwennon Williams proving quite deadly.
And Stutt
great stretch. Oh,
makes
what a
the
rebound.
impact for Oliver Smith to gather that rebound. And again, the defensive work from Southeast Blaze. They are jumping with arms over every ball. Spacey and Collette working effortlessly together.
Yeah, and that was good from Reese to pick that up as well because it's not easy to get a ball from Williams. Nice reset and good switch of positions there between Baker and Scarborough. The fake.
And Stutt will collect that rebound. Fury now. Oh, Leonard saw Oliver Smith, but just out of reach for her.
I think she was off balance a little bit as well, so she saw it. She couldn't change her mind. She had to give that ball. Really need to keep 2 feet on the floor and stay nice and composed. Lovely ball from Spacey.
Saw Scarborough's run to circle edge, but Charlotte Lewis has pulled for contact on Stutt.
Stutt did a really good job yesterday getting a couple of those calls. She stands her ground. She stands straight in her body position. And it's
very effective defender, but there is Spacey again. Speaking of effective defenders, times her jumps wonderfully to tip those balls. And again, Brooke Collette. Well, Southeast Blaze are all over these balls. It's a game of turnovers this morning.
Wow.
Timings of these jumps for these tips. Meredith says no more.
I mean, you don't want to take that away from the defence, but that is literally a moment to clip as to why the first ball you should give over a turnover should be just a near side small offload.
It should be clinical and thought about. Control required now. Williams, 2v1 again.
And again, she made that look good because it wasn't the most accurate of passes.
She tipped it to herself. And here goes Fury again. Williams is shouting for the ball. But Barwick will have a lovely pop into the space Williams created for herself. And Collette will keep jumping for those balls against Williams because in the air it will be a great battle. But there is the buzzer for the first quarter. What a fast first quarter that was. We didn't even realise the clock was running down.
No, I know, and it swung from both sides, isn't it? Southeast Blaze took the lead by 2, and then Northwest Fury came back by 2 and took the lead themselves by 2. I really, I know we always say it could go either way, but genuinely, this is just going to be who can keep their focus, who can put their foot down and take that lead and then push on.
Absolutely. Well, the end of the first quarter for these two feisty teams this morning. 9 goals to Fury, 7 goals to Blaze. It's all about composure now for the second quarter, isn't it, Nat? It's about who, like you said, can keep control, because it did get very feisty in the middle of that first quarter. There was about 6 tips in a row.
Yeah, and just being being clinical on your possession, isn't it? Because once you've won it, it's almost like the adrenaline for both of the sides so far is pumping so much. They just want to get the ball down as quickly as possible. And we've seen that in a couple of errors, like we had someone on 1 foot off balance, launching a ball over 3 channels. Like, they're the small errors that if they cut out, will make them the winning side.
Definitely agree. Well, we have seen so many balls being flown into Williams, flown into Barwick, flown into Lewis, into Meredith, but we do know that the calibre of these shooters, they are able to put the ball up from anywhere on the court. But we have to give credit to the defensive sides on both teams. Steffi Sturt and Oliver Smith, they are putting bodies on the line, as well as we've seen Colette and Reese really taking balls from anywhere. So at the moment, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think Colette's smart in the in the fact that she's running on balls early, and I think that's a really good strategy of Southeast Blaze at the moment. They have to turn ball early because, let's face it, Gwennon Williams is getting ball 2-on-1, and the reason being is because that connection between her and a midcourt is on point. Her elevation, her ability to hold the ball, even on the greatest of extensions, is really good. So they have to keep them up. They have to keep pressuring the ball early. And if they can do that, then they don't necessarily have to worry about Gwennon Williams.
Absolutely. Well, we have seen a lot of ball movements and opening up the court from the mid-court from Fury. We didn't see as much of it yesterday. They were played quite narrow yesterday, but obviously you had a chat with Shimon Gould yesterday, who was up here talking through a couple of games with you. But would you have expected her to have told her team to open up that play against, maybe after watching Southeast Blaze yesterday?
Yeah, possibly. I think their whole game is it's just getting better and better, isn't it? It's tweaked a bit more. Even just stuff like, we know, for instance, that Barwick can shoot from anywhere, but actually then when she had the ball, she just offloaded it because Gwennon Williams was closer. And the same for Williams. She's been close, but not as close as Barwick, and she's just turned and looked to shoot and popped off the short pass. So it's just smart play. Very
clever netball coming on court this morning. So as the two teams get back onto the court for this second quarter, 2 goals deficit, and Lucy Leonard will take that. We'll give the ball to Charlotte Scarborough to take the first centre pass.
Just very nice of her.
Lovely sportsmanship. No changes that we can see on the court for either team. Both coaches happy with their starting 7s.
Charlotte Lewis just needs to hold that a bit longer. She just yielded a bit of space there. She draws the contact, so it doesn't matter. Still gets the goal, but she just needs to be a bit careful because Stud is not an easy defender.
She is on the body, athletic, difficult to play against. And there is that top tip again from Blaze. They get arms over ball, don't they? Very effectively.
They did, and what they fell trapped to Northwest Fury is that you had your goal attack, your wing attack, and your centre all in the same line down the court. Then they were all very flat. It just allows the defence to run through. So just need to make sure they've got some width and depth. That was a lovely sweep from Barwick.
And she puts the ball in the net for that one. Blaze. Baker finding space, resets to Spacey. Baker using her body to protect that ball.
Yeah, lovely offload.
Oh, and Steffi Stud used her inside arms, came through there. Maybe outside arm would have given her a bit of a cleaner tip.
Absolutely right.
And Lewis brings it back to 1 goal deficit.
It's a good decision to go backwards. Just need the wing attack to get ahead of the game. Oh, Oh, how did she land that in the court?
Lucy Leonard must have been on the line. And Williams, out of nowhere, picking up that ball that bounced off the post.
It was a little bit frantic, that attacking play there from Northwest Fury.
Just need someone to take control of the game.
Yeah.
Baker prepared her run early. Discipline is a big thing for Fury now, I believe. They are being picked up quite a bit, aren't they, for contact and obstruction, almost just gifting the ball to South East Blaze.
Yeah, and the problem with doing that against a player like Rebecca Baker is she's smart. So we've seen players throughout this competition have a free pass, and in the wing attack, for instance, and they'll go and sit themselves like slightly off circle edge. Rebecca Baker takes herself to circle edge, but in the meantime, another amazing turnover from Scarborough, who has arms for days.
They must be feeding their kids something different in the southeast of Wales, because all of these girls will tip balls with those long arms. And Blaze really needed that turnover. It was the one to bring them back to a draw, especially now with their centre pass. Really working hard to put that ball in, and Lewis changing her body angle.
Yeah, I think that was the placement from Meredith opening her up. It was absolutely superb. And it swung again.
And Charlotte Scarborough again with that turnover, centre to centre turnover. She is reading it well.
It was almost the same thing. And they need to learn, don't they? Northwest Fury.
And a punishment for Fury. Colette bringing that ball up the court. Lucy Leonard attempting to turn the ball over, take the free ball.
It's a great battle between Rebecca Baker and Lillian Toadson down wing attack, wing defence.
Both players really putting their body on the line for that ball. Baker protecting space well, using her body to do that, but Dewson really trying to get around her, isn't she?
Yeah.
And South East Blaze can't quite capitalise on that one.
Oh.
But there was Baker. She was inches away from that ball. Brooke Collette in the air and wins the ball.
So Northwest Fury just need to tweak their release points. They're all passing from their hips. And because it's a rising chest pass, it's easier for Blaze to tip that ball.
Well, if there is a prize for number of tips in the competition, Blaze would be definitely winning this one. Just in this quarter, they've had, I would say, about 6 already, and we are 6 minutes into the quarter.
It's not bad stats, is it?
And Charlotte Lewis takes that to 14-11. South East Blaze now on a bit of a roll in this second quarter.
I was just about to say that was a critical centre pass, and it's just the small errors, isn't it? Passing into arms, breaking. Northwest Fury need to sort out their discipline, and they need to do it fast.
We did mention at quarter time that composure was something that was really important now in the second quarter, and South East Blaze have found theirs. And Stutt again.
Yeah, keeping them in this game at the back, isn't she? Just with turnover central.
Important passage of play now for Northwest Fury.
You can't underestimate the pressure from Spacey at the back. You watch her tracking the wing attack. She's just keeping her out of the game.
Spacey is well and truly taking McEwen out of the game and making it extremely difficult to get hands on ball.
And again, Brooke Collette disrupting the play, just getting an arm in.
There is McEwen. Williams finally gets her hands on the ball and without problem puts it in the net. Colette easily picks that ball up, doesn't she, on the centre third from the centre pass. Barwick needing to be a bit tighter on that ball.
It's just so hard, isn't it? Because it's again, that's a running race with Brooke Collette, and I don't think there'd be many people that could win that running race against her.
I know I definitely couldn't. But there is that battle again between Baker and Doodson. And wonderful space by Williams, wonderful vision by McEwen to see that ball to be put in. Important turnover for Fury, but an important turnover again then from Blaze. Breaking call for McEwen.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be really furious as a coach now with 2 break-ins. Just come off the line.
Don't try and beat the whistle.
Steffi Studd again.
She is a force to be reckoned with in that circle. Reads the game well, put enough pressure on Charlotte Lewis, confusing the space for Meredith. And Gwennon Williams again with that space over Katie Reese.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it down into that third, you're pretty much guaranteed that you can get the ball to Williams.
The way she protects her space with her body and barely moves. Steffi Studd, she was on the floor and she got up for the turnover.
Never complain if your coach makes you just burpees. Look what you can do with them. Down and up.
Just watch that and it's all worth it. Doodson given a caution by Rhiannon Reynolds for the contact on Baker. Obstruction called on Oliver Smith. And Lewis takes the score up to 15-14. Well, what a game this is shaping up to be. Fury really pulled that one back. And a last-ditch effort attempt to try and get the ball to Williams, but they had enough time on the clock now. There was about 50 seconds on there.
Oh, loads of time. And like these are just the small errors that Northwest Fury keep making. I mean, they're doing well to still be in the game. And it's because of the defensive unit, if I'm honest, in my opinion, at the back that's keeping them in this.
Steffi Studd changing her body angle so well around Lewis on that swing over to Baker. 20 seconds now on the clock. Plenty of time. And they'll recycle again. And there is the pressure again from Studd. Yeah. And Oliver Smith will pick up that ball. They have 7 seconds. And Barwick lets the ball go into the crowd. And everyone else on the squad knew it. But they will take it in to half-time of the 15-14 scoreline. Well, what a quarter that was. Fury trailing by 5 goals at one point.
Yeah, I mean, it was mainly their own errors. Well, I say their own errors. Blaze put themselves in good positions to make those errors. You know, the pressure on the line was intense from Spacey and Collette on that front for the first phase, which is encouraging the break-in, so they're kind of helping create it. And then the arms of Scarborough twice, and then the arms of Collette as well. Katie Reese coming out with that last ball against Gwennon Williams. You know, that's not easy, as we've seen. So they are creating the pressure, but Northwest Fury are almost playing to it. They're just rushing through the court. They just need to take the pace off and have a think.
Like we did mention a couple of times, someone needs to take control of this game and keep their composure and balance. Well, in that quarter, Southeast Blaze really did come back and put 8 goals on the board compared to Northwest Fury's 5. So a comfortable win in that quarter for them. But Fury, like we said, don't give up easy, don't they? And we, like you said multiple times, that defensive unit of Stutt and Oliver Smith, how difficult it is to get around that.
Yeah, I do believe they kept Fury in the game then, because I mean, it is very hard in there for Lewis and Meredith. And to be fair, when the ball lands with Meredith in that shooting position, she doesn't miss. So you can't allow it to land. And what they're doing really well between Oliver Smith and Studd is their feet are off. They're constantly moving. They're confusing the space. And they're not making it clear where that ball needs to go.
Absolutely. And that's what you need from your feeders, isn't it? Because if your feeders decide that the feed is not on and they they can't see the space and can't see the positioning from your shooters, you reset and you go again and you recycle. And we are seeing that from Charlotte Scarborough, and we are seeing that as well from Beck Baker. But do we need more of that resetting, or is there forcing coming in from Blaze?
I think maybe some smart circle play, so maybe setting up some screens, some overloads, some triangles, just some really basic stuff right at the front end. Because in fairness, Rebecca Baker and Charlotte Scarborough, both smart players. Becca Baker has put in some stunning passes, like that's cut through defenders, so she's got the vision and she can see it. But it really is a case of just being a bit more creative, I think, in the circle to capitalise against these defence. But don't get me wrong, Studd and Oliver Smith, it's not just the fact that their feet are off, it's the fact that you're not sure that they could get there. It looks open. It's really their movement and the speed of their movement is actually what's killing it. I would expect now as they go back on, they won't get as many turnover because it'll just be a chance now for Rebecca Baker and for Charlotte Scarborough to go, okay, let's have a think. We need to make sure it's really clear before we put that ball in now, because they are deceptive and they are getting stuff that we don't think they should get to. So it's come at a good time, I think, for them in that respect. But also for Northwest Fury, the half-time break has come at a good time for them so that they can just have a think about slowing down this ball through court and not firing at 100 miles an hour. Well,
coaches Safira Fisher and Simone Gould will definitely be having those words with Fury to try and calm that pace of play down. Lucy Leonard in the middle is very much a catalyst, trying to move the ball through court, is working extremely hard, isn't she, to get up and down the court. She's doing court sprints of her own at the moment to try and move that ball. Like we've mentioned, the battle between Dudson and Baker, they're taking each other out. Spacey is trying to take McEwen out, so obviously Leonard is working doubly hard.
Yeah, and you know what? I think you can't underestimate the impact that Eloise Spacey is having. I think sometimes we talk about, when you do, who would you drop in your group? You've got a group of 6. Who are we going to drop? Because we can't play everyone. And let's drop the wing defence. Spacey is the prime reason now that you would never drop a wing defence, because she is absolutely taking, like you say, Lucy McEwen out of the game. And it is having such an impact. That is one of the major causes of this problem coming through. And it's all because of Eloise Spacey's work.
And she's working so hard off ball. She's tracking hard. She's like you said, she's taking her out of the game. And almost Fury are now playing with 6.
Yeah, and when you look at a team that's getting lots of turnover, quite often you have to look for the players that aren't getting the turnover because they're the ones creating it. So it's almost a thankless task if you're a really good wing defence like Eloise Spacey, because she's creating opportunities for the defence of the back to turn ball.
Well, let's see if this will continue for South East Blaze. Just scanning the court now to see for any changes. Don't believe we have any coming in for South East Blaze. And no changes either for Northwest Fury. So coaches on both sides very happy with how things are going, as they should be with the scoreline as it is.
Yeah, it would be a brave decision to make a change now. The third quarter is absolutely crucial, isn't it? I mean, every quarter is crucial, but you definitely don't want to be the team that ends up going into the 4th down, because then you're only ever playing catch-up with a time frame.
Absolutely. Well, there is Scarborough deep in pocket, and Studd again coming around Lewis.
Just need to maybe put a bit of disguise on the ball, put a fake in, draw Studd, and then open it up.
Well, Meredith is a long shooter, but not quite that long. So a lovely pop to Charlotte Lewis. Fury now. McEwen couldn't quite get hands on the ball, but Barwick was there.
Good decision.
Spacey again taking out McEwen's run.
Yeah, and like you say, that ends up with Lucy Leonard then having to send the reset, then getting the ball still in sort of the mid-court and having to just send it straight in.
Williams, 3rd attempt. In it goes. Becca Baker battling through 2 defensive players.
It was a good second phase there from Lewis to come out.
And Charlotte Lewis draws contact from Oliver Smith to keep this game neck and neck. Barwick first phase. McEwen escapes Spacey to manage to get her hands on that ball.
It was a nice centre pass set up to allow McEwen to come through second phase ball side.
Scarborough just steps offside. South East players are really putting everything into every ball, aren't they? They are putting arms up. They are trying to get onto tips. They're jumping offside. They are trying to get on the end of every ball and putting every effort into ball.
Yeah, and that's, you know, because the release, if it goes in towards that lady at the back, chances are she's going to get it. But Brooke Collette, everything on that rebound.
And McEwen's turn now to try and take out Spacey, but there she goes, spreading the play, opening up the court, and Baker finding pocket. Ooh. What a lovely move it was from Meredith, but Stutt got her hand to it.
Again. I think we just need to have the word again after everything that we say when we talk about Stutt.
Just Stutt all over the court. Smith causing that pressure for Baker.
Yeah, Baker would have been better on the reset there. Scarborough was already stuck in the pocket.
Dudson did well against Baker there. Defensively bringing the ball up. And Brooke Collette again. Same word for her again. Williams.
Barwick just needs to change her release point. She releases everything from her hips.
Baker, clever play to get herself to top of the circle. Again, great contest between Dudson and Baker, but a lovely little bounce pass into Lewis.
Oh, and Stutt gets hand to it.
Who was there? Steffi Stutt. Wonderful work by the defensive unit of Smith and Stutt. But Meredith has had enough and will put the ball up.
It's a good job that girl can shoot.
Lovely action from Abigail Meredith. And a wonderful second phase from Lucy Leonard, straight on to circle edge.
And it was a better release as well from Barwick.
Fury attempting to be very man-on-man defending here.
Oh, good work from Lewis. She did well to come out the top, allowed herself to enter back in.
And Steffi Stutt laughing at herself for how heavy she fell then. But always gets back up. Leonard. What space, what vision.
But
great
again,
ball.
Again, like you said, Leonard took every other ball then. She's having to do an awful lot of work. It's a good job she's got good fitness.
Contact call for Dudson. Baker causing real problems for the wing defence.
Oh. Stunning shot.
McEwen finding Williams again in great space, holding her own. Caution for Katie Rees. That initial shot from Barwick did not count, but the second one did. Oh, Charlotte Scarborough.
With one hand.
One-handed. Scoops the ball. And Oliver Smith.
Yeah, she was obviously a bit tired of Stutt getting all the comments, so.
And Eloise Spacey again.
Yeah.
Outside arm, wonderful work. And Katie Rees
A nice little switch between Reese and Colette.
Baker working hard, trying to get to circle edge. But Stutz just nudged Lewis in the air slightly.
Lewis did well there. That ball should have gone first time, really, from Scarborough. But Lewis did well to hold that space and go straight up.
Well, 21 plays 19 here. South East Blaze in the lead by 2. Leonard trying to find Williams. Williams did not want that ball, but McEwen was there to collect. And what balance by Gwen Williams. The ball just landed on her hand. Time is called for Leonard. She must be extremely tired after all that work. And Bethan Phillips, another experienced. She's not that tired.
I was just about to say, oh my goodness, I would not take her off the court.
Bethan Phillips, a Swansea University player, very experienced, onto centre court, and Lucy Leonard has moved into wing attack.
I mean, Lucy Leonard's been doing most of the feeding, so I don't think that's a bad shout. I think that's a good coaching call.
So Lucy McEwen takes to the bench. Eloise Spacey has clearly done her job.
I do believe that might be Lily Dodson's second caution.
Second caution for Lily Dodson. Potential miscommunication between the umpires.
I could well have got that wrong, though.
I think you are right. She did receive a caution from Rihanna Reynolds in the second quarter.
Lovely
little pop. To Williams from Barwick.
Still goal for goal, isn't it?
It's a wonderful match this morning, isn't it? 1 goal in it. But Blaze, and that's the turnover that they needed. Dudson came off the body.
That's how you respond to a caution.
This is what I can do. Barwick. Silence in the House of Sport while she puts that ball up and takes it back to 22 all.
A great
with
shot.
A Fury centre pass. A very important centre pass for Fury, and Williams had the space, but Katie Reese was having none of it and does take the interception. Both of them running into the barrier at the side of the court.
Oh,
Rebecca
smart.
Baker, very smart play.
That's why you keep your head up through the court.
Again, control required now from both teams. It's getting a little bit feisty and messy out there. Well, what an answer to that turnover it was from South East Blaze, coming straight back into it.
Oh, what a ball.
Meredith under the post. Scarborough, great vision.
I mean, that's a real game changer in the last seconds to send that in, because now it's also like 2 goals up rather than 1 goal up, and it would have been the opposite centre pass if they'd have lost that. So great job.
Great decision making there from Charlotte Scarborough, and great run from Abigail Meredith to find herself underneath the post on the back line. So at the end of the third quarter, 24 goals for South East Blaze, 22 for Fury. Well, this game just keeps giving and giving. We cannot stop saying the same names over and over from all 7 people on the court.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal. And I think that Oliver Smith came into her own as well there. She sort of made a point to claim that she should be spoken about as well. And it's a 1 goal game that quarter again.
And consistency from South East Blaze again, put in 11 points on the board in that one. 9 points on the board from South East Blaze. 24 goals scored. Northwest Fury settled a lot better in that quarter, going from 14 to 22, so 8 goals on the board for them. Williams didn't quite get her hands on the ball as much in that first bit of the quarter. They started the quarter, they were a bit slower, but then did find themselves in more of the run of the game.
Yeah, and I think it was a smart change to move Lucy Leonard to wing attack. We'll see how it pays off, because it was more towards the end of that quarter, but she's doing most of the feeding. I just wonder whether it's not ideal for your centre to be taking every other ball, but I wonder whether they just needed to stick with that and just almost run her into the ground. But again, they've got another game coming up, haven't they? So they have to think about a couple of things, not just one.
Absolutely, and we have seen Bethan Phillips in that centre position yesterday, and we know what she can bring to the team. She is very clinical in her decision making as well. So if we can have that combination of both Phillips and Lucy Leonard in that middle of the court, then obviously we can see extra lovely combinational work and play from Fury.
I also think Phillips is really good defensively, so it could also be a smart move to put her there to turn a bit more ball. I think she turns ball as well as centre. She's more of a centre wing defence in my opinion. I don't know whether that's the
She does play wing defence as well, you are right.
There you go. So I think that's smart because they do need to turn ball now. They're only 2 goals behind, but they are still behind.
They are, but changes are coming onto the court for South East Blaze. Like you said, changes are from coaches. They know their team, but they've put some changes on the court. Nia Fishlock comes on to goalkeeper, and Victoria Nuttall comes on to wing attack. So Rebecca Baker has taken to the bench. So has Katie Reese.
I mean, it's an interesting change to make, but at the same point in time, I think Rebecca Baker was getting a little bit frustrated. She was ground down well by Lily Dudson, so it might be just to put some fresh legs against Dudson, give us something else to think about. And in terms of defensively against Gwennon Williams, I mean, I am surprised because I thought Katie Reese was getting the hang of her. But you know what? This could work for them as well.
Absolutely. Well, no changes for Northwest Fury as Bethan Phillips stays in that centre court position and Lucy Leonard is in that wing attack position. Ellen Barwick will wait for that pop. Drew Brooke collecting. Lovely, didn't she, with that fake shooting action?
Yeah, that was and she was dancing with the 3 seconds, but it paid off.
Victoria Nuttall gets her hands on the ball. Nia Fishlock in that goalkeeper position now against Williams. We know she is very good at her elevation.
I think as well what you've got from Nuttall in at wing attack is you've got a bit more height.
What a turnover again from Oliver Smith and Stutt. Phillips racing to circle edge and finding Williams. Important turnover here for Northwest Fury. A full team turnover.
Absolutely, and really good play. And you know what? Fair play to Phillips. She was absolutely instrumental in bringing that ball down. She had to angle her body to get on the end of that pass as well, and she did it well.
And Williams again holding front space this time, not scared of changing her body angles. The score now has switched sides once again. Fury now up by 1. We're down by 2. And we bring it back to a draw for South East Blaze. Phillips, fresh legs on the court.
And found in acres of space in the middle.
All 3 defenders drawn to McEwen, to Leonard and Barwick. Dudson needs to be careful here, knows she's on 2 cautions. And as we said it, a warning given by Rhiannon Reynolds. But Steffi Stutt, again, causing trouble.
It'll be interesting now to see what Northwest Fury bench does. I think maybe with the change of wing attack, it might be worth changing Dodson and bringing someone else on.
Maybe a wing defence change.
No one's moving though, are they?
There's no movement, like you said, on the bench.
Definitely don't want to be in a situation where you're playing with 6.
Not in this type of game where Charlotte Scarborough will take those arms. Turnover ball, and she tells her team to settle and calm down.
And Scarborough has done that on more than one occasion.
And Bethan Phillips shows them what she's made of and shows she can do it too.
Yeah, great.
And there's that combination of McEwen, of Leonard and Phillips.
That was great defence by Phillips.
And Fury now 2 up. 27 plays 25, and it's their centre pass.
Spacey doing all she can.
Spacey now with a different challenge of Lucy Leonard. And Southeast Blaze were calling for that replay ball call, weren't they? But not quite controlled. First ball from Barwick.
I think the umpire was spot on, to be fair.
Joe Williams, the umpire, was definitely on right for that call. Ball falls again for Williams.
I don't know how she gets to it. There was 2 defenders there as well, and she just steps through both of them.
I think it's those long legs of hers.
Lovely offload, great depth.
Stutt knows that she was falling into Lewis on that one.
That was a stunning centre pass from Blaze. Really nice.
And Brooke Collette, in the time where Southeast Blaze needed her the most, she comes through. You'd swear there was seconds left on the clock, wouldn't you? But we're only halfway through. Collette jumps for joy, knowing that she was the one that created that turnover for her team.
And that's how you respond to run of 3, isn't it? Go for your own run of 3.
Again, we're back to a 1-goal deficit here. This whole game has been goal for goal, and we've seen this throughout the tournament so far, but never up to the 4th quarter point, have we?
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing game, and it's being won as well, which is the best thing. It's not being gifted.
Bethan Phillips pulled for offside. Still no change coming for that Lily Doodson wing defensive position.
Stutt just needed to go up then rather than across.
And Charlotte Lewis takes it back to 28 apiece. And Charlotte Scarborough, but what clever play from Lucy Leonard, just ran across the body, knowing the ball was theirs after it left the court.
Yeah. I mean, how many times are they going to pass into Scarborough's arms before they realise how long they are?
Footwork call. Absolutely the correct call from Rhiannon Reynolds.
Yeah, much to the disappointment of the supporters of Southeast Blaze, but agreed, she was spot on.
And Spacey again tipping that ball. Fury now need to be composed. And Nia Fishlock's just giving Williams a little bit of a shove.
Oh,
Charlotte
seriously?
Scarborough.
How many times are they going to pass into Charlotte Scarborough's arms?
They clearly know by now that she can jump and time her jump for that ball. But they've given them so many balls just by giving it to Charlotte Scarborough.
I mean, you make your own luck in some respects. She's got to be in the right place, but goodness me.
And now Steffi Stutt receives a caution for persistent contact. Well, what a game this is. We have 3 minutes left on the clock.
We need a big turnover.
Blaze are in front by 1. You cannot call this. And if we did, we'll probably be wrong.
It's going to require just smart possession play now.
The battle between Phillips and Scarborough running for that ball.
They've still got to go for goal, but they just have to play it smart, play it short, take the defence out of the situation. And Northwest Fury need to stay really clean.
Great take by Lewis. And the crowd very vocal here today. Breaking for Lucy Leonard.
This has mirrors of the second quarter.
Well, Fury have a lot of work to do now. They have time.
You get the feeling that if Blaze secure this one, they've done enough.
Oh, well, the defensive setup of Oliver Smith and Stutt there did enough to keep out Lewis. Oh, and Stutt just couldn't quite get on the end of that ball, but they did get the rebound.
They've got 2 minutes. They need to look after this through court. Oh.
Well, that was a scary ball for Oliver Smith, like you said. Nice short passes. Nothing too strenuous like that one to Williams. which Fishlock collects.
I tell you what, though, any given day you would back Williams to have caught that one. Just went through her hands.
Sod's law, isn't it? At the exact moment that they require her to take that ball in, but they will keep working hard on the defensive level.
And Blaze just so smart, just run that ball round.
Stutt again is there after Oliver Smith's first tip. A minute on the clock, and there is that one from Meredith, hoping that it is enough to secure this game for them. 31 now plays 28. And as the clock runs down, will they play possession? Play the ball around?
I mean,
Brooke Collette seems to be doing so. Shouts from the crowd to play the ball. But Lewis fancies another go.
Yeah, job done. Well done, South East Blaze. They kept their heads. They kept their smarts. Charlotte Scarborough.
Eloise Spacey again. The arms of this South East Blaze team.
Yeah, wing defence centre duo there in terms of the defensive pressure is just really nullified this attack, hasn't it?
And now Fury are really hanging on to that ball to Williams, and they will get that final goal as the clock reaches the end. South East Blaze really fought hard for that win, but Fury, credit to them, they were absolutely outstanding in that game versus South East Blaze. The final score at the buzzer, 32-29. Well, what a game that was. Goal for goal, the lead switching between both teams. Performances of incredible calibre from both teams.
Yeah, and I think Northwest Fury will be really disappointed in that result because they came so close and they did so much amazing stuff, and it came down to just those couple of errors. I mean, you could not fault the defensive efforts of Oliver Smith and Stutt at the back, but just too many balls into the arms of Scarborough and Eloise Spacey just getting hands to stuff, just too much pressure. And Brooke Collette, you know, that back three, just too hard.
Well, South East Blaze have really showed what they can do in that game versus Fury, but Fury should be absolutely proud of their performance there. Just little errors to work on for their next match of the day. Speaking of next matches, the next one here that we will be joining you with is Valleys Volcanoes versus Power Sparks. So just before 11:20, join us for that one for Valley Volcanoes to try and bring themselves up and continue their winning streak. So we'll see you then. Croeso nôl, welcome back to the House of Sport in Cardiff on this second day of finals weekend for the Fleet EV National League. Well, what a game that we just had between Northwest Fury and Southeast Blaze. It was goal for goal, it was turnover for turnover, we had arms and tips for days. It was absolutely incredible. But moving on to this next game, it's Power Sparks versus Valley Volcanoes. We know what these two teams can do. We've seen them, especially yesterday, pull things out of the bag that we never thought was possible. But Nat, initial thoughts for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Paris Sparks were really exciting yesterday. Like, they played a phenomenal game and really kept us on the edge of our toes, without a doubt. And Valley Volcanoes are oozing talent in their squad. I think if you were going to call it early, you'd probably tip Valley Volcanoes, but we would have tipped against Power Sparks yesterday and they smashed it, so you can't write them off.
Absolutely. Well, as we have mentioned a couple of times for Power Sparks, an absolutely incredibly versatile teams, players playing all over the court, but as you mentioned, Nat, Valley Volcanoes absolutely oozing talent and caps and experience, wealth of experience, especially in player coach Nick Cook in the mix, and the defensive setup of Kidner and Perry really dominating that court. Well, let's just quickly go into the starting sevens for these two teams taking on the court this morning. For Valley Volcanoes, in that goal shooter position is George Jenkins. Goal attack is Jade Balderson. Wing attack is the previous goal attack for yesterday, Kerrish Reynolds. Centre court is that player coach Nick Cook. Wing defence, Lowry Jenkins. Goal defence, Steph Perry. And goalkeeper, Tish Kidner. And for Power Sparks, goal shooter will be Becky Mumby. Goal attack, Emily Brooks. Wing attack, Misha Jackson. Centre court will be Chaya Holmes. Wing defence, Beth Davis. Goal defence, Lizzie Sims. And goalkeeper will be Mary Bailey. The game will be taken charge by mother and daughter duo umpiring qualificators Charlie Howells and Claire Williams. Absolutely wonderful to see what netball brings to families.
That's phenomenal. I mean, I've been lucky that I get to play with my daughter at the moment, although quite often it's now me on the bench and her on the court. But look at that, to be umpiring at this level with your daughter, what an absolute honour.
Definitely so. Claire Williams, one of the A umpires we have here in Wales. Charlie Howells, a qualified B umpire, both very experienced and competent umpires. Looking forward to see them running their court sprints, as we call it today. Very athletic umpires. So as both teams take to the court, the Power Sparks in the orange and black, and Valley Volcanoes taking the first centre pass in the grey and pink.
Yeah, I think Shia Holmes has a work cut out here for Power Sparks against Nick Cook. Nick Cook has been outstanding all tournament, but yesterday she made a real impact when she was on the court. She has her time on the bench as well, but you can really feel it when she comes back on. She's so smart, so fast.
Very impactful player, Nick Cook, protecting space with body already.
And the fake on the feed as well.
Well, Jade Balderson just hitting the rim on that first one, but George Jenkins puts it up.
Yeah, great centre pass defence there, and a really early switch as well between Nick Cook and Lowry Jenkins.
Letitia Kidner just tipping that ball over. Again, another extremely talented goalkeeper in that defensive circle. And wins a turnover for Volcanoes. Steph Perry.
Look at that speed.
Speed of ball down court. But Mary Bailey takes the ball away from Georgia Jenkins. And Steph Perry again. What athleticism we see from her to win the ball off the side of the court. But Tish Kidner called for replay ball.
Oh, it's just a whole different level of physical fitness, isn't it, here?
Nick Cook, another one of those who held the ball. Bailey standing in the air. Mary Bailey again all over Georgia Jenkins.
Yeah, we saw her come into the goal shooter position yesterday, and I'm sure she's multi-talented, but I feel like she's such a good goalkeeper, and she's just proving that right now.
She very much is, very athletic in that defensive circle. Here goes Jenkins. Shooters haven't quite found their eye yet, but there is Balderson.
I'm sure it won't take long. We saw Jenkins yesterday. She is the swish queen, one of the other long bombers.
She's a very swish shooter. You're absolutely right. Karis Reynolds, the wing attack today, previously the goal attack yesterday. We know her movement through court is very fluid as well.
Lovely shot.
Well, 3-0 currently here as we start off the third game of the day. Steph Perry all over Misha Jackson. Arm to ball, and that's how quick the ball moved.
Oh, just that final ball in a little too fast, but the centre pass defence from Valley Volcanoes is superb at the minute. Power Sparks need to look at that setup, do an early zero phase setup so that they can ensure one of them is coming over free.
Beth Davis, the catalyst yesterday for Power Sparks, still doing her work, but Tish Kidner, she is dangerous on that fly, isn't she?
She really is. I mean, it was a bit gifted, that one, but, you know, you've got to put yourself in the right place at the right time, haven't you, to be gifted the ball anyway.
You have to read the game from one end of the court to the other, and that's what she does so well, to give Volcanoes another point on the board. Cook finds Perry. Straight into Balderson, top of the circle.
And the depth on first and second phase. We've talked about the centre pass for quite a few teams throughout today, and that was just a really good example of taking the ball close to the transverse line and then all the way to circle edge.
And again, that defensive setup from Valley Volcanoes, forcing the ball over the edge of the back line. Laurie Jenkins doing some wonderful off-ball body work.
Oh, such fast hands. And arriving at the perfect time, Georgia Jenkins.
Mary Bailey again collecting that. Georgia Jenkins just apologising for that miss. Still finding her feet in this game.
Lovely swing.
Sparks. Brooks takes ball into face. Reynolds settles herself, can't quite find Cook.
Oh, just too fast.
Nick Cook asking for her team to come towards ball. There she is again, Nicola Cook.
Lovely use of the top of the circle rather than forcing the direct ball into Georgia Jenkins. Just using the edge.
Jenkins again with that miss. Just needs to settle herself a little bit. Shooters can get into their own head, can't they, when they miss a couple of shots? Needs to just get rid of those ones and just get into the zone again.
Yeah, and they've all been short, so she just needs to tweak it a little bit, give it a little bit more push from her legs.
Oh, lovely ball from Karis Reynolds. Nick Cook, 2 swings, 2 fakes on a swing to Reynolds. And Balderson finds the net.
Yeah, and in fairness, that was probably too many swings because they swung it and they opened up the shooter's ball side, but then they swung it again, which put them all non-ball side. You could see Jenkins' face just go, what?
Some unforced errors coming on now for Volcanoes as they are moving the ball a bit too fast.
Nice,
but you cannot fault their defensive setup. And offside call for Chaya Holmes. Steph Perry. And a correct call from Claire Williams, the umpire. No control taken by Karis Reynolds on that first ball.
Yeah, the attempted pop from Jenkins, it didn't need as much force on it. She could have just popped it gently.
Beth Davis finds Jackson.
We talked off air, didn't we, about the fact that they could do with some goal difference here, Valley Volcanoes, to put themselves up in second place contention. And I think some of the speed is probably because of that.
And someone who knows these players very well is Miss Sarah Bell. And she will be joining us shortly up in the commentary box.
Oh,
and give her valuable insight. Look at the footwork and the hand speed from Jenkins to Cook.
Just need a bit more legs on these shots.
Volcanoes could have had quite a bit more of a goal difference by now if we had those extra bit of shooting accuracy, but a change happening for Power Sparks. Shia Holmes, the shooter, the centre, comes off.
I think it is an injury because no one on the bench was even ready, let alone standing up. I wasn't sure if anyone was going to come on and replace her.
And the second Jackson on the court, Leah Jackson, comes on to centre to play with her twin sister, Misha Jackson, at wing attack.
Oh, Lowry, Jenkins just a bit late on that one.
And Tish Kidner up in the air, taking that ball.
And she makes it look so easy, doesn't she?
So effortless. Beth Davis wonderfully read off Keris Reynolds.
She just needed to pull that one in. It was a great tip. I'd back her to catch it.
And a nice little pop. And as Boulderson puts the ball up, we are joined by Sarah Bell, which will take over for us for a little while doing this game. Just over a minute left on the clock.
Oh, came off her foot.
Unfortunate for Boulderson, the ball came off her foot. A little bit of composure required, I think, for Volcanoes at the moment.
Yeah, I do think they're just playing a bit too fast. Like that final feed in is a rushed feed in quite a lot of the time. They just need to create something because we know that they can create some beautiful plays, use the triangles, use the swing effectively, and create something rather than just forcing it.
Well, that defensive setup of Perry and Kidner, we know, is a difficult one to break through. But Sparks are trying their very best to get that ball in.
And it's just their footwork. If you watch them, look at Kidner. She's not on the body. She's off the body. She's got her head up. She's looking in between. She can see ball and player. And she's ready to hunt if she needs to as well. Look, that allows her to take that tip.
She has that quick feet movements. And here goes Emily Brooks. Gets her first shot in of the day. Quick pop to Becky Mumby. And there it is. Power Sparks are on the scoreboard with 30 seconds left on the clock. And Steph Perry takes that turnover effortlessly. Nick Cook trying to rush the ball.
20 seconds is a really long time.
Wonderful work by Keris Reynolds.
And take a breath.
There is Georgia Jenkins finding her range.
Welcome back.
10 seconds now on the clock. And Volcanoes will go again. A breath required there for Boulderson.
Not enough time to get it through.
There is the buzzer. Well, at the end of that feisty first quarter for Valley Volcanoes, 9-goal plays to 1. Tantrum-sponsored Volcanoes versus the Gallery Loft Conversions Power Sparks. 9 goals to 1. Nat, you are going to decipher that quarter with Sarah Bell and continue on this game while I go and settle my throat and have a coffee, I think.
Enjoy your caffeine. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Let's ask you really quickly, I know we're in the middle of this game, but very quickly, much better performance from your team today.
So much better. It's just what we needed. We kind of regrouped yesterday after both games. We obviously went home, had a bit of a rest, kind of just came in with a plan this morning, play our own game. And that's what we did. Came out with a win, and what a relief.
It was so much better. We did wonder where you'd gone yesterday, and it seemed very much individual play. But today you played as a unit, and everyone took part in each unit. It was lovely.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like I said yesterday, we just couldn't gel on the court, and changes were being made, and we just couldn't adapt to them quick enough. 2 games where we were gunning for wins yesterday, where we got 2 losses, and we were really disappointed. Better performance in the second game yesterday, but still not quite enough. So to come out with our win today, our first win of this season, was just, what we deserve.
And not just a win, an amazing game.
Yeah, it just felt like a team performance. Everybody gave 100%.
Yeah, well done, very well done. Back to this game, 9-1 currently, Valley Volcanoes versus Power Sparks. We've seen Valley Volcanoes playing it really fast through court. Power Sparks are getting some turnover, but they just can't get it past the defence of Kidner and Perry, and you played against these two. How hard is it to get the ball through?
Really hard. Kidner has got great elevation, so you feel like your shooter's free, and even with a shooter like I was, who was 6'1", 6'2", it's really difficult to get a ball in. Kidner reads the space well, comes out on the flies, and if she does come out, you've got Perry straight in on the switch. So yeah, such a good defensive unit, those two.
And even the centre pass defence, I think they're struggling at the moment, Power Sparks, to get that centre pass out. A really good combination between Nick Cook and Laurie Jenkins, just covering the first bit for probably second number one and then switching really quickly.
And the thing is, you've got Nick Cook, Laurie Jenkins and Stephanie Perry who play together week in, week out for Central. So they're playing together for clubs, so they know exactly what they're going to do. And, they set up that wall defence on centre pass. There is no getting through.
So what advice would you give to Power Sparks as a wing attack, goal attack yourself?
I think they need to try and split those three. So just looking at angles on a centre pass, setting up a little bit early, looking at that zero phase, trying to break them before you get over the line to then create that space over the line.
Fabulous. Well, we will see whether they take any of that on board. They've had time in with their coaches. There have been a couple of changes to bring you for Powys. Leah Jackson comes on into that centre position. Pip Whittle comes on in the goal shooter position, and Steph Wild goes to wing defence. So some changes potentially to try and help that. Pip Whittle, we saw play yesterday, was a real target for them. Nick Cook chases the ball down and takes all the barriers out as well.
And you can see now the Valley's defence setting up a little box defence there. They're working well, looking at the zone, looking to pick off any loose ball.
So Jackson offering to go back at the minute, still playing quite wide. A good swing, just trying to pull it in, Jackson. Gives them another opportunity here. And then trying to pass it over Kidner isn't the best option, is it?
There's that elevation we spoke about just now.
Mid-range shot. Oh, and Cook scoops it up. Nice quick movements through court for Volcanoes. Reynolds holding strong. 1-2 between her and Jenkins.
And this is Jenkins' prime position for a shot, but she's passed it.
There it is.
Not afraid to put up a long shot as Jenkins.
Reynolds not happy to go forward. Doesn't matter when you've got the defensive prowess of Perry bringing the ball through the court.
And that was good pressure then from the Powys defence, just to confuse that space in the circle. Boulderson not quite connecting there with Jenkins.
It's just a sea of Valley Volcanoes players in the middle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I feel like all I can see is grey and pink and not much orange.
Oh, lovely from Jenkins. It's quite a gentle shot from her. Just rolled in. Attacking contact against Jackson. Gives Valley Volcanoes possession again. Reynolds, big swing to Nick Cook. Such a smart player, Cook, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She just creates so much on that court.
Nick Cook, player coach for this team. Oh, footwork. I love how long Boulderson looked at the umpire for. Really? Whittle.
Oh, lovely. Good punch through by goal attack there, coming through top. It's just what they needed.
Yeah, well done, Emily Brooks. Shorter player in that circle, and therefore she's going to have to come forwards with the ball. Whittle.
What
Wow.
a pass. Bullet ball in.
She saw the gap. She threaded that needle straight through. And a textbook Georgia Jenkins, ball side. Lovely pop. Those connections that they were struggling with a bit at the beginning, Valley Volcanoes now really solidifying.
They've definitely settled in their attack end now, haven't they?
Yeah, it seemed a bit frantic before, and they've obviously just tweaked it a little bit. You could see Nick Cook before just giving them a bit of advice. I did wonder why Kidner didn't go for that.
That was, yeah, I was going to say, that was a really good ball in.
Oh, what? That is ridiculously good.
Kidner just came out of nowhere. I think she covered 2 players then.
Yeah. It's like a textbook on hedging, isn't it? But like you say, it's not even the fact that she encouraged it. She would have got to either. Jackson swinging it to Wild. Oh, it's a long swing. Balderson, one hand. Jenkins back to Balderson. Oh, unlucky there.
Barley's are working the ball well around circle edge, creating some space, using the triangles.
Yeah, and they've obviously spoken about it at half-time, at quarter-time, because they were struggling with that before. So a change here sees Stephanie Perry go into the bench.
And we've got Ashley Bourne coming in at goal defence.
It's nice changes as well to bring the youngsters on, because they've got another game later, haven't they, and one that they will be wanting to win. Unlucky on the shot. Great rebound by Kidner. Bourne getting involved. Reynolds, Jenkins. Oh, just a bit short for Balderson. Bailey on the ball. Oh, Sims just scoops it in, but can only pass it off to Cook.
Second chance for Balderson. I think we read each other's minds then.
Side kick. Lovely from Whittle, but no one in the circle. Great middle. She's got some force, hasn't she, Whittle?
Yeah, fair play. They're doing that really well at the minute, coming out using that middle channel. It was just an unfortunate replayed ball there.
And Nick Cook smiling and laughing about it, but Reynolds just got a bit too excited.
And Sparks' defence are doing a really good job here, because there's been a couple of balls now that have been turned over, and they're causing basic errors, aren't they, down their end?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a great tip there from Kidner. Oh, lovely hold.
Yeah, and Whittle set that up. She moved Brooks into the position that she wanted it to be in to create that screen for the backspace.
You could almost see a pusher in the back, couldn't you, to get it out of the way.
Nice front drive. They've got so much confidence as well in passing the ball, and their placement is so lovely, isn't it, from Volcanoes?
Yeah, it's just first time ball. There's no hesitation.
Little step back from Jenkins, but it works. They just keep putting scores on the board. And as we said earlier, the goal difference matters to them at the moment. It's at third in the table coming into today, but only on goal difference to Coastal Heat. Coastal Heat face Northeast Inferno later. Oh, unlucky for Brooks.
Brooks is working so hard, isn't she, to try and bring that ball down into the shooting end. Maybe just a quick kind of relax, quick breath before she puts that shot up.
And how much pressure do you feel under as a shooter when, you've struggled to get the ball down anyway? Do you feel like you've got to put it up from distance if it lands in the circle sometimes?
Yeah, I think so. I think you've worked so hard to get it in there, and particularly with a scoreline like this, you just want to take every opportunity at goal.
In the meantime, a great feed to Whittle. She'll get a second attempt. And we had a change in the centre position. Nick Cook has come off and Lauren Barber has come on for Valley Volcanoes. So they're very much using their whole bench today.
Lauren Barber, a very rangy player, great on defence. So I'm sure there's going to be quite a few intercepts from her today.
Jenkins, give and go. Lovely from Balderson.
Balderson has a lovely quick shot. If she just turns and straight away in it goes.
She's quite unassuming, isn't she, as a player? She just does her job. All the way to the wall for Reynolds. 20 seconds left in this quarter. They've ended it early for them. Oh, and Jenkins sweeping up at the back. Lovely, just moving the ball.
And a lovely shot from Jenkins. As you said, such a nice, calm shot, isn't it?
It's so effortless.
Yeah.
So the scores on the doors, 18 goals for Valley Volcanoes, 5 for Power Spark. So Valley Volcanoes being really consistent, scoring 9 goals that quarter, but better for Power Sparks. They only got 1 in the first quarter. They've managed to make it 5 now, so 4 goals for them, but still quite a heavy deficit.
Yeah, and as you said, much better performance for them. And I think what's working is when the shooter is coming out into that middle channel. It's just giving them an extra option and something for Kidner to think about. If you're static as a shooter, you're allowing Kidner to come out on those flies. So I think more of that is needed from Sparks to make sure they can get that ball into their shooters.
And do you think that Whittle's doing a better job of bodying up? Because Kidner likes to be off the body, doesn't she? She likes to hunt and move her feet around. So is it better to be on them as a shooter, or is it better to draw them out? I mean, how would you play it?
I mean, it's a tough one, really, because, as you said, someone like Kidner, she likes to be off the body. She likes to look for those flies. So I think by Whittle coming out and doing that strong drive out, Kidner's then got to focus on her. She can't look to see what else is going on. So by doing that, and then maybe after that, getting in and positioning herself in the right position to get that overhead ball. But as we've seen, that those overheads over Kidner are just not going in. They're being tipped or they're being intercepted.
And Valley Volcanoes, I mean, it has been 9 apiece, but actually they did give quite a few away from their errors in the first quarter. I feel like Power Sparks are maybe winning more this quarter. So what is it that Valley Volcanoes are doing better in attack?
I think in attack they're just not hesitant. They're releasing first-time ball. And I think when they're doing that, it works really well. But as I said, Sparks are creating errors for them. And I think there's times where Valley Volcanoes maybe aren't definite in their movement, so the ball placement isn't quite where it needs to be. Scoring 9 in that quarter, that's a fantastic score, but I know, knowing what Nick Cook is like, she will want more from her team. She will be a little bit disappointed with that. Knowing what they could come into later on in the day, they'll want to tidy up those little basic errors.
Yeah, and like we said, we alluded to before, they kept 3rd in the rankings at the moment coming into this game, but only on goal difference with Central Heat. Coastal Heat, thank you. Too many words. So everything matters to them now. How hard is it? I mean, you play 2 games a day in this competition. This weekend, that's 4 games. How hard is it now to go into almost like the finals, the ranking games this afternoon? There's got to be a lot of heavy legs.
Yeah, a lot of heavy legs. And, your last game of the weekend is the most important game. So it's just all about recovery. I mean, for me, I've used so much ice over this weekend just to try and ice any little niggles, and I'm sure others have been the same. And I think as long as you're following your recovery protocols, making sure you're eating enough, you're stretching, you have to be doing that in between these games. And particularly for Valleys now, in games like this, you've got to use your bench.
And for Powys as well, I mean, you came off 2 games yesterday that you as you alluded to, weren't the games that you wanted to play. Mentally, is it hard to come off the back of a heavy defeat and then go into a winnable game? Or actually, is it better for it to be a heavy defeat as opposed to a contested one?
I don't know. For me personally, I'd rather a close contested game. I mean, I think when you come off the court after a heavy loss, it is hard to pick yourself back up. Yes, it's disappointing with a close game as we had yesterday. You know, that loss within 5, but the performances are still there. Whereas I think with a game like this, when you're down by quite a lot of goals, it is quite difficult to pick yourself back up then for a really important game this afternoon.
So really important for Power Sparks then and their coaches to really have some impetus going into this second half to put everything they can out to allow them to perform later on.
Yeah, and I think it's really important they still need to have their own kind of goals. So looking at maybe increasing the number of shots that they put up in a game, or looking at a centre pass to goal, can they, try and get that close to 100%? So I think they just need their own targets to try and focus on their performance rather than worrying about the scoreline.
Absolutely. As we look at the teams coming back onto court, they're obviously super keen. They've come out nice and early. We've seen a change in the goal attack position. Now, you will know this more than me. I do believe that's Stephanie Perry, is it, in the goal attack position? Is this something you see very often?
Yeah, Steph can play both ends of the court. She's a fantastic shooter. She does play goal attack quite a few times for club. And I think she played goal attack and goal shooter up in the Bangor weekend.
Absolutely amazing. Super versatile players. And Caris Llewellyn has come on into the goalkeeper position. For Paris, Steph Wild comes on to goal attack, Chloe Evans to wing defence, and Beth Davis to goal defence. So quite a few changes that side. Are you surprised or not?
No, do you know what? I think it's good to give the girls a run out and to rest some legs ready for the games later on.
Multi-versatile players in Power Sparks. Oh, unlucky on that rebound. We've seen Wild play wing defence and now going to goal attack, so opposite ends of the court. And we saw Beth Davis yesterday playing wing attack. She's also played goalkeeper. Today she started at wing defence and now she's gone to goal defence. So,
very versatile team.
Yeah, can literally play anywhere. Strong challenge from Ashley Bourne, but deemed to have contacted. Lovely drive.
It'll be interesting to see now how Sparks play the ball around now the Kidney's off. As we saw there now, a nice, middle ball straight into the Whittle.
She had a really nice hold as well on that, didn't she? Pip Whittle. She was playing with a smile as well. Oh, Reynolds. Lovely shot from Jenkins on 1 foot, doesn't make any difference.
Jenkins makes it look so easy, doesn't she? No pressure.
She really does. Just rolls off that time, however, scooped up at the back. Long ball through, Whittle is by her feet. Wild finds Jackson. It's like an injection of something has happened to Power Sparks. They are playing a lot better this quarter so far.
Yeah, they're moving the ball around a lot quicker. And again, whether it's the change in the Volcanoes' defence, but they seem to be finding more space.
Oh, that's a bit too much on that from Davis to Whittle. Lovely drive through. Look at the length on that pass from Jenkins to Reynolds. Sorry.
Lovely through court then from Volcanoes.
Oh, yeah, not received. Oh, forgot about that.
Yeah. Just the one basic rule of netball, receive in the middle third.
That was a great facial expression. Oh, yeah, damn it.
I think Perry's just too fast for her own good.
Yeah, she's played the next ball before everyone else has caught up. Jenkins.
Lovely shot again on 1 foot.
Thing is, Jenkins is brave enough to put it up from anywhere anyway, but if you had Perry underneath the post, you're not worried about the rebound either, are you?
No, just put it up.
Whittle. Lovely. Stunning shot the other side from her. Lovely quick centre pass taken from Barber. Reynolds opts for the reset. Was an offside, not a contact. And again, Jenkins, long shot. Of course it went in.
Once she's got her eye in, that's it. There's no missing from Jenkins.
Defence really have to put pressure on her early, don't they? Oh, Jackson couldn't quite get to it. Oh, speed through. She only just held on to that.
And that was great speed, as you said, wasn't it? I think Powie Sparks just didn't have a chance to set anything up then.
No, not at all. Perry just mixing up the speed that they're playing at, which is smart play as well. Sometimes if you play everything at speed, you just need to take a little bit of pace off. Perry. Beautiful shot.
For a defender, she's got a lovely shooting action.
Oh, great intercept, run straight through it. Unlucky for Beth Davis, she read that well, couldn't quite get two hands on it. Ooh.
And it's a great take there by Perry.
She did have to turn her body, didn't she?
She did. Just a bit of miscommunication there, I think, with Jenkins and Perry.
They're just having such a good time, though.
Yeah. There's just loads of smiles on the court today, which is great.
Oh, well taken, Jackson. This is good speed from Powis. Too much on the final ball.
And it's always that final ball in. The speed through the court is great, but it almost just takes someone just to calm it down. Bit of composure.
Yeah, a bit like a pressure cooker, wasn't it? Mm. So a change. Laurie Jenkins goes to the bench, and Sammy
Jo Williams
there you go.
On to wing defence.
I knew you'd know the surname.
Sister of Stephanie Perry.
Oh, nearly for Reynolds, but great play from Powis. Davis finding Jackson. Oh, again, that final ball. Wild just needs to land her feet, take a breath.
They just need to look after Whittle a little bit and allow her to open up her space.
If you goal attacks feeding, a 2-on-1 is always going to be more effective, isn't it? Nice from Perry. Oh, what a 1-2. They're really putting their foot down now. Just under 3 minutes left. 27 goals to 8. One more will mean their highest quarter score yet, Valley Volcanoes. Oh, what a sweet shot. Great centre pass defence at the front, but good backup from Davis. Jackson only just pulling that in.
Jackson's working really hard in attack, isn't she? She's definitely creating options for them. And that was better patience, ball into the circle.
And a great pass.
Lovely pass. They're always a pass, those shots.
Reynolds just holds, allows her centre to get through. Oh, but great defence from Mary Bailey.
That was great vision. She spotted Perry coming round, came off her player. Davis then dropped back, so it was a great switch from defence.
Just unfortunate on the contact call. Good cover from Davis, marking the shot and the pop. Oh, how did it still land with Jenkins? Look at her, she loves it. Davis, bullet to Whittle. Jackson. No!
Straight into Llewellyn's hands. And it was such a shame. There was such a great through court then from Powys Sparks.
Another opportunity, however, thanks to the turnover from Jackson. Evans finds Whittle. Wow. You blink and they're right down the other end. The ball with Jenkins and obviously through the net.
She's not going to miss those. Her eye is in.
They are flying. Oh, maybe not that ball.
I'm not sure whether Barber thought there was less time on the clock. But 30 seconds is quite a long time in netball, isn't it?
It is a really long time. I think a couple of teams have fallen foul to that. Good from Whittle.
And there's lovely patience then, just to allow Little to move away and just to pop forwards again. And that's what they need more of.
Yeah, and that's a turnover to goal, but only 3 seconds. Hopefully Jackson won't let this go. I think that was taken because I do believe it was a breaking on the attack side. So therefore, it should be a Valley Volcanoes centre pass next. 30 goals to Valley Volcanoes, 10 to Powys Sparks. So Powys Sparks again scoring the most that they've scored, but Valley Volcanoes scoring a massive 12 goals in that quarter. That's more than one a minute.
Yeah, that was impressive. You know, both sides, you could just see the pace of the game completely change in that quarter. The speed, both teams bringing the ball through court, and I think the kind of speed that Perry has brought in that attack end, but it's speed with control. She's so quick, and she just can control that ball. She can change the pace when it's needed, and it's just 12 goals.
Yeah, and that really is the difference, isn't it? And we've said this a lot, and you are one of these players, so not to blow your own trumpet, but we've said you can, in different teams, you've got experienced players that will steady the ball and will know when to control it and when to change. And you get that from Nick Cook in attack. You've got that from Stephanie Perry in attack. Yourself, Rebecca Baker, we said, was also one of those players, just holds on to it, smarts. And a couple of the teams just maybe missing those smarts. So I think maybe Powys Sparks missing that a little bit in attack, hence the fact that some of those balls have gone off the back end.
Yeah, because I think Powys Sparks could definitely have been up by a lot more. They could have scored a lot more in that quarter. They had the opportunity. They brought the ball through court lovely, good speed through court. It's just having that kind of precision on that pass at the end, isn't it? Just someone just to take a breath and just to place the ball in nice, rather than hammer the ball into a goal shooter.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, isn't it? Because Pip Whittle is coming forwards, but actually sometimes it's not on, sometimes it's faking that, and that's drawing defence and opening up something else. But I mean, how hard is it to maintain that composure, especially if you're trying to put goals on the board? Is that quite hard to be the one that goes, oh, take a breath?
Yeah, I think so. And I think because you want to try and get more goals, therefore you feel as if I got to pass it first, second every time. Again, it just comes down to experience. You just need someone just to be that one person, even if it's a reset back to the line to go again. At least you're keeping control, you're keeping possession of the ball, rather than trying to, just throw the ball in and hope for the best.
Well, you heard it here first. Control is the key heading into this final quarter. The players again out super early. Both teams raring to go in this game. We will wait for the umpires, however, because we have to run to timing. There have been some changes to bring you. Lots of changes for Valley Volcanoes. Rhiannon Maggs comes on to wing defence. Nick Cook back on at wing attack. Jade Boulderson comes on to goal shooter. For Powys Sparks, Jazz Barty comes on to goal shooter. Emily Brooks comes on to goal attack. And Becky Mumby goes to goalkeeper. So started at goal shooter and now to goalkeeper.
Oh, footwork call there, I think, from Barber. So this is a chance now for Sparks to capitalise on their turnover. And again, it's just that final ball into the shooter. I think this is the first time we've seen Rhiannon Maggs come onto the court for Volcanoes this weekend. So it'd be good for her to have a good run out.
Valley Volcanoes. Oh, I was going to say, what an impact to start off with. Valley Volcanoes missing Titley today. She was here yesterday in that wing attack position, but not on their bench today. Sadly busy elsewhere. She was a great wing attack, and therefore it'd be interesting to see if they miss her in the upcoming game. But fancy having Nick Cook as your replacement.
Not a bad replacement.
It's not bad, is it?
No, it's all right.
Perry still sinking the goals. The two Jackson sisters working together. Oh, unlucky, because that ball to Barty was lovely. Oh, she can't quite sink. She's not impressed with herself. Oh, yeah.
I think Mags thought Llewellyn was a goal defence then with the placement of that ball.
Yeah, you're not allowed in there, Llewellyn. Big swing over. Davis goes back. Finding Cook. Jackson. Barty. Great timing on her arrival for that ball.
Just unlucky then on the last shot with Barty. But she's definitely offering something different in there, isn't she, with her timing?
And it must be hard to come on fourth quarter and shoot.
Yeah, I agree. I think as a shooter, it's really hard to come on, you know, especially when you're down by, 21 goals. Yes, you might argue there's no pressure on the game, but I think as a shooter, you still want to try and get your shots in. You know, you want to prove a point, don't you?
Absolutely. In the meantime, one of the shortest players on the court gets the tip on the feed. Balderson. Perry wants to take it closer. Oh, stunning. Very jealous as a defender that Perry can play goal defence and goal shooter. Oh, contact against Nick Cook there. Gives Evans the ball. Oh, she feels hard done to there. Does Ashley Bourne. Evans. Obstruction against Llewellyn. There we go.
That's a nice settler for her.
Leah Jackson opting to go back to Evans. Just so much pressure, covering one pass and then the next pass.
And I think Davis was free then, wasn't she? I think Evans just looking for a slightly longer option.
Yeah, and I think it's the doubt, isn't it? Once you've had defenders run on intercepts that you think they're not going to get to, and then they do, it creates that doubt to let the ball go. Oh, lovely shot. Perry, pinpoint pass was needed.
Davis has been key in that defence end, isn't she, for Sparks this game?
Yeah, absolutely agree. And the rebound, wide offload to Evans. Oh.
Ooh, I wasn't sure if she kept that in then with the quick feet. Quick hands, quick feet of Barber.
Time being held, a quick change here.
I think a well-deserved rest for Davis there.
As we said, Davis has played all over the court in many different positions throughout this tournament. Probably important to ensure that players are rested for this afternoon, bearing in mind that this game, the result is done. However, the points still count. It's Lizzie Sims that comes back onto court in the goal defence position. Oh. Core strength. Can't find Balderson, but I love that core strength. Turn, pivot on one foot. Hold it for a minute.
A great balance.
She must have abs of steel. Evans can't quite connect with Misha Jackson. Oh, lovely, gentle ball in. Balderson. Fabulous shot. 34 goals to 11. Lower scoring quarter, this one so far for Valley Volcanoes. I think Stephanie Perry obviously heard that.
She wasn't happy with your comment there. Get the ball down to goal.
Oh, lovely cheeky pop.
And a great shot there for Balderson.
They go again. Barber to Cook, Cook to Balderson, Balderson to Perry. And Perry nets another. Sparks still only on one this quarter. 3 minutes left of the game.
Such a lovely passage of play then from Sparks. Second phase depth, straight into the shooter.
Moments of magic.
Yeah, and that's what they need, isn't it? As you said, Valley Volcanoes are putting doubt in their mind because defence are tipping quite a lot. But, you know, first time ball, quick release.
We'll call that a reverse pass off. Nick Cook, Perry. And in it goes. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Oh, lovely ball from Cook to Barty.
Barty's holding his space really well in that circle.
She shoots, she scores. 2 minutes left. Balderson, oh, what a beautiful hold by Perry to post. There's not much you can do about that one. Zero phase defence here from Valley Volcanoes is on point. The umpire has eyes in the back of her head. Barty. Oh, just off the back, but manages to tip it into Cook. Great pickup.
And that's where it's really important as an attacker to stay circle edge until that goal has gone through the net.
Blink and you've missed Valley Volcanoes all the way down the other end. So quick on the transition.
Really quick.
Oh, lovely, lovely ball in.
Balderson there just drawing her keeper to top of the circle to allow her all that back space. Such an easy ball in.
Stunning. Another opportunity for Sparks. Still just over 30 seconds left in this game. Jackson. Oh, great ball to Barty.
Barty's getting some great space in there and they're feeding her really well.
She gets her own rebound. 15 seconds. The bench want them to take it to goal. Nick Cook. Perry. Oh, can't quite keep it in.
Great pressure there from Sparks. Tie-in Valley's the final goal of the game.
And that is it. So that is 40 goals to Valley Volcanoes, 14 to Power Sparks. Do you think both will be pleased, or?
Yeah, I think Volcanoes will be pleased with that score. You know, as we said throughout the game, there's probably some passages of play where maybe Nick Cook will kind of look to improve on for their later on game. Power Sparks, I thought, built throughout the game. I mean, we saw in the last quarter there, the space by Barty and the feeds in were brilliant. Again, it's just maybe them switching on sooner and creating that space. You know, Barty just held and she just knew where to position herself, and they weren't afraid to put that ball in.
And actually, both teams have managed to get everybody on the court. So moving forwards, actually, it's led them well into the next games.
Yeah, it's given everybody a run out. I mean, sometimes, you know, if you sit on the bench for a game and then you get put on in the next game, a little bit of nerves. Everybody's had a run out. Not fresh legs, but rested legs, then ready for the next game.
Absolutely. Well, make sure you don't go anywhere because there's still plenty left in today. One more game of the rounds coming up. And then after that, we have our placing game. So whatever you're doing, cancel those plans, get yourself a cup of tea and get yourself comfortable. And we'll be back really shortly.
Croeso nôl, welcome back to this Fleet EV National League, day 2 of the finals weekend here in the House of Sport in Cardiff. Well, I'm Elaine Roberts and I'm back for this amazing game we're about to watch versus North East Inferno and Coastal Heat, and I'm joined again by the wonderful Sarah Bell.
Thank you for having me, Elaine.
We always love to have your input, Sarah. I know you are a master of the court by now, especially after that wonderful game you had with City Flames, coming off the back of your first official win.
I know, just it's the relief just to get a win. You know, we've deserved a win. We've been working hard, but to finally get the win, brilliant.
Absolutely. And you have been picking away, haven't you, at those points, those all important, within 5, within half points that you get. So they are important. We are always tell the teams how important they are to bring in, but it's always nice to have that win under your belt just to carry you on now into the final placings.
Yeah, it just gives us confidence. You know we've got that one win. We know we can do it again this afternoon. So
definitely can. Well, moving on to this game now then, the final game of the round robin tournament. We have Coastal Heat playing North East Inferno. Let's run through those starting sevens for you. In North East, in the black, is Molly Underhill at goal shooter. At goal attack is Becca Hughes. At wing attack is Jessica Daltrey. At centre is Catherine Hughes. Wing defence is Emily Wykes. Goal defence, Caitlin Jones. And goalkeeper is Tasha Jarvis. In the purple for Coastal Heat is Katie Davis at goal shooter. Chloe James at goal attack. Emily Edwards at wing attack. Megan Thomas puts on the centre bib. Meg Baker-Rees is at wing defence. Liv Hollis at goal defence. And that undoubtedly long arms of Sarah Langford is on at goalkeeper. This game will be umpired by Llylos Jones and Becky Scott. And here go North East Inferno in the black, taking that first centre pass. And Liv Hollis straight away showing what she's made of with those long arms. Becca and Catherine Hughes, what a talent they are on the court.
They just, you know, twins, I know, they just know what each other's going to be, don't they? They can just release that ball into space and one of them will get on the end of it.
They just know exactly where they are. Twin telepathy at its finest. Oh, and Megan Thomas just couldn't quite stay on side for that ball to Chloe James.
She tried to get that foot out as quick as she could. Not quite quick enough. Becky Scott on the case.
Get there. Becky Scott, one of our best umpires here in the tournament. One of the A umpires we have here in Wales.
And what a quick transition there from North. You know, the depth they get on court.
We have said it time and time again. North East Inferno are masters at spreading play.
And there it was again, that depth there from wing attack. Jessica Daltrey controlling that ball really well on circle edge.
And Emily Edwards is pulled for breaking the line. So North East now have another chance. Oh, Becca Hughes, fast feet and faster hands.
Oh, what a great start from North East.
But Sarah Langford did just enough to put her off. Not enough to get the ball though. Molly Underhill gets that starting position at goal shooter for them today. Previously been an impact player for North East Inferno with Erin Hook taking the starting 7, but clearly done enough to get on the court.
Yeah, and you know, maybe it's just adding that bit of height in the circle because you have got the long arms of Sarah Langford in there. So maybe it's the coaches thinking tactically.
Absolutely, where Molly Underhill has shown her talents. We were talking yesterday about she has the airs of Georgia Rowe about her. Catherine Hughes always puts her body on the line for ball.
And that was unlucky there for Catherine Hughes. What a clean intercept and just an obstruction call.
Tash Jarvis tipping that ball away from Davis and winning the throw in.
She's been solid at the back, hasn't she, for North East?
She has been. She's been extremely solid at the back for North East. And a ball now going into the capable hands of Molly Underhill. Well, Catherine to Becca Hughes again. Daltrey beaten to the ball by Meg Baker. And Baker Reese couldn't get there quite clean enough.
Baker Reese is such a good defender, man-on-man, isn't she?
Such a tight defence, Baker Reese. Very athletic, isn't she, on the ball?
Very athletic, yeah. She doesn't give you an inch.
Being a wing attack, Sarah, you would have played against Baker Reese many a times.
Yes, I played against her in the National League and in Swansea League as well, more recently.
And Katie Davis. Well, yesterday we saw some athleticism from Davis, taking the ball off balance, turning on a heel and putting the ball up. The air of confusion from herself for putting the ball in the net, but it was absolutely incredible. The score now 6-1 for North East Inferno.
Coastal Heat just need time to settle, don't they? You know, they are turning over ball. Just need maybe more options in attack.
Well, we do know that North East Inferno are known for their pace during the game and their speed, and Caitlin Jones collects that ball from the rebound. And there is that pace again, that ball from Daltrey to Catherine Hughes. Molly Underhill straight up into the net. Oh, twin to twin again. The ball's from Catherine to Becca, but that one just overcooked.
Just a bit of miscommunication there. But again, great defence from Sarah Langford. She confuses the space really well, doesn't she?
Arms everywhere from Langford. And when you think the space is free, it probably isn't.
No, she can get on the end of it. Good patience here from Coastal Heat, bringing this ball through.
Chloe James.
Lovely.
Chloe James has been a pivotal player for Coastal Heat.
She's just a clever player, isn't she? She takes her time on the ball. She knows where the space is. Really fast feet, actually. Quick feet.
Quick feet, quick hands. She releases the ball before she turns her head sometimes because she knows that the player's there to help her. Both of us also played with Chloe James in the circle.
And with Katie Davis in a goal shooter as well, who holds the space really well. Makes it easier for Chloe James to do things like that.
Well, Sarah Bell is going to go off to do some City Flames duties, so we do thank her for her comms. But joining me now is the machine worker herself, Nick Cook.
Thank you. I like that nickname. Can we carry it throughout the rest of my life, please?
Coming off that incredible win from playing Power Sparks.
Yeah. Do you
Feeling
know,
right?
it was really good. I think a lot of us were sore from yesterday. It was a really tough team against the North Black team, who were following a good display so far today. But we needed to get out there and get some goal difference on the board.
Absolutely, and goal difference you did get, as North East Inferno are trying to build now against Coastal Heat, but they're not letting them move away with the game that easily.
No, I think they're going to look at putting a really good performance out this morning, getting that confidence on court for the final this afternoon. And they were a really tough team yesterday to play against. It really challenged our team, put our defence under pressure. We had a lot of positives to take from yesterday, but actually a lot of things we can work on, and hopefully we get a chance to implement them if we can make the final today.
Well, it all comes down to this game for Valley Volcanoes. Who gets into that final? Coastal Heat battling their way through court to try and make it up against North East Inferno, who are currently unbeaten in that league table.
There's some nice battles going on in the mid-court.
Always battles in mid-court, aren't they?
They're both driving strong throughout, and they are not giving each other an inch of space.
Well, Emily Edwards and those quick feet and quick hands trying to beat Emily Wykes to the ball. I don't know who I would like to run against in that foot race. Clever play from Becca Hughes to hold that ball.
It's so difficult, that drive, that give and go on the edge of the circle is really, really hard to defend.
Because she's so quick, isn't she, to cross that circle, and you know it's going to go to her, but you can't do anything about it.
No, it's the quick feet and the quick hands. It's a combination. And obviously it's the twin telepathy between each other. I think they know where they are without even looking. So
exactly
it's really
like that ball.
Exactly like that ball.
Exactly like that ball. Becca Hughes knew exactly where Catherine was.
Yeah, they use the pockets really, really well. And it's another thing that's really difficult. They split us wide yesterday, which we need to try and combat if we get a chance again to play them again today. But it looks like Coastal Heat are putting out a bit of performance against them. They need to, I think, keep driving onto the ball, because you can't underestimate this North team. Their arms are for days.
Well, North East Inferno are currently 4 goals ahead, 9 goals plays 5. But that ball from Molly Underhill just overcooked by Daltrey. Sarah and I were just discussing how Underhill has been taking the first goal shooter bib of the starting 7 in comparison to Erin Hook, who started the games for them previously. And would that be, so as a coach for Volcanoes, is that more of a height thing against Langford? Is it, she's obviously performed yesterday as an impact player.
Yeah, I just had a look now. My team are at the front looking at every inch of this game, and we thought it was interesting with the shooter change. But we definitely think that there's the height. Obviously, both of the girls are really, really strong. But I think if we don't actually have an offer of a height in the circle, which is extremely useful, but I think against Coastal Heath defence, you need as much height as you can.
Absolutely do, especially with the arms of Hollis and Langford in there, and their elevation in their static jumps. Chloe James opening up the court there. Coastal Heath just playing it around, and there is the threat of Katie Davis.
So Katie Davis, we don't actually call her Katie. We call her glue hands. So every time we play against her, whether that's in league or obviously in National League, our team, I think it's a nice nickname, glue hands. Anything you throw at her, she catches and nails it. So
it's actually a very fitting nickname for Katie Davis, especially after yesterday's performance, putting balls in nets and balls everywhere,
exactly.
off balance.
And she's really difficult to play against as well, because even though she shoots from far, she can shoot pretty much anywhere in the circle.
Well, Molly Underhill listened to the calls of her team, knowing there was 6 seconds left on the clock, puts the ball up in the net and manages to take that score up to 10 goals to 7. So at the end of that first quarter, Coastal Heat are on 7 goals compared to North East Inferno's 10. Well, what a starting quarter for this all-important game for both teams. North East Inferno, obviously unbeaten yet in this competition. Coastal Heat coming off a couple of losses, but have gained some points from that, as we know is important. Would you make any changes to either team at this point?
I think with obviously the North team, they've come out really, really strong. I think they will look at maybe rotating on the third quarter, depending on the score, because they're playing for everything now, but I think they want to try and rest the players for the final this afternoon. That's where they want to try and win the trophy off us. But with Coastal, I think, you know what, they need to come out and keep playing with our confidence, keep driving onto the ball. Similar to what we did yesterday, I think we actually allowed the North team to step in front of us, whereas they need to come out, keep driving, keep offering on the circle, and basically use the triangles and the width of the court. I think they're trying to play down the middle too much, and there's so much pressure in the North defence. I think if we start using the width a bit more, it's going to go in a bit easier.
Well, we do know that North East are a team that like to spread play quite equally. They play in like a wave of play, don't they? They like to bring you into the middle, spread you back out to the sides. You don't know what's coming from them.
They're very difficult to play against North East. They've obviously got they've got Merle as one of their coaches, who's an absolute legend anyway, and obviously the other coaches on board as well. I think that they adapt really well to who they play against. Like, they knew yesterday that how we like to play, how our defensive structures, and they built on that and they split us wide. So we need to try and combat that today. And I think Coastal, as they come back on now, if they can play a bit wider and come out of the zone and drive through it, I think they can be back in this game. There's 3 goals in it. It's 1 turnover and they're back in.
Absolutely, 1 turnover in it for Coastal Heat, and they could be in that all-important final and knock you off your pedestal, knock you off the top and take that trophy away from you.
I know, I might stop giving some tips now, just in case someone's listening. They're going to text Wendy.
Well, if Coastal Heat do all of that when they come back on the court, someone is definitely listening to your coaching tips. But just looking for any changes that's going on. We do believe that Coastal Heat are having a switch around in that circle defence. So Sarah Langford is going out to goal defence and Liv Hollis has gone into the goalkeeper position. For North East Inferno, some other changes. Katrin Hughes has moved out to the wing defence position. Jessica Daltrey has moved up to the centre position, and Chloe Morris comes on as wing attack, giving some rest to Emily Wykes, like you said, maybe for that final game.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of these girls, they're a lot younger than us. They're really, really fit. And me, yeah. They're really fit, but it feels like they keep on going for days. They don't need much rest, but they're so versatile. I feel like every time I look at them, they're in a different position. And I know they are twins, 2 of them. that they can cover pretty much 4 positions between them. They're very
Definitely.
talented.
We do know Catherine Hughes can cover quite a lot of that court. But Coastal Heat with that first all-important goal for them. Jess Daltrey.
It's really nice to see Meg, the centre from Coastal, back. She suffered a really nasty ankle injury in Bangor. And I watched her yesterday and she looked like she hadn't been away. So it was really positive to see.
Definitely nice to see injured players back on court. We have had quite a lot of injuries around from all teams coming over here. With a broken arm in Powys from Bangor coming back in to this one. We know we've had West Wales Phoenix suffered quite a lot of injuries. But like you said, it's lovely to see people back on court as if they've never been away, performing to the top quality we have in this league.
Definitely.
Emily Edwards just giving a little bit too much in the back of Catherine Hughes. What can Coastal Heat do here to shut down the fast-paced play of North East Inferno? What would be your most effective, I know you're probably thinking about it already, but what's the most effective way to stop their pace and movement of the ball?
To be perfectly honest, we did try to implement as much as we could yesterday, and that's one of the things that actually killed us. Coming down court was their speed and the fact that they know where each other are. I think a lot of us were kind of half man-to-man, half zoning, so if we do have the chance to play the North East again in the final today, we just need to be a bit more clued in as a team and just eyes up, because I said to the girls yesterday, don't underestimate that pass. If you think it's not going to go, they're going to give it.
100%. North East Inferno are known for getting hands on every ball, a bit like South East Blaze were earlier in that game against Northwest Fury. Arms on every ball, weren't they? Tipping and turning over ball.
Particularly, is it Charlotte, the tall blonde centre? Her arms, she has such a wide span, and then she's got the speed coming through court. She's so effective. That's a lovely turnover by Megan Baker-Rees.
There is Meg Baker-Rees, who we were just discussing. What a turnover she just took one-handed, but Sarah Langford pulled depth for footwork in
Meg
that
covers
centre.
the space so well. She watches every movement from the outside and people driving into the ball.
And Liv Hollis tried to tip that ball away from Molly Underhill, but she was having none of it. The score now 12-9.
If they can net this one, take it back up to 10, and then we turn one more over, just to get back in. I think once the North East run away with it, everyone's head will drop. But if Coastal can stay in with it until the 4th, I think we've got a game in our hands.
Well, confidence and morale is key to keep this game going. Jess Daltrey knows she can't touch that ball again. Contact pulled up against her.
That was really positive from Coastal. They kind of just completely smothered the middle area and they shut down that drive coming through from North East. Whereas I haven't really seen much of a zone from Coastal. It's more man-to-man. I think they find that quite effective. Whereas in that situation, the zone was really good.
Meg Baker-Rees again all over Chloe Morris. That wing defence position. We've seen very effective wing defences, especially today with Eloise Spacey in South East Blaze. Now Meg Baker-Rees as well. And we've seen it in Laura Jenkins on Valley Volcanoes. We've had many wing defences playing really hard off-ball bodywork, which is so effective, isn't it, on the back of the court?
And you know what? It's a running joke. We always say wing defence is the worst position because you have to run and run and run. You're basically chasing someone the whole game and you get not much glory for it. But actually, it's the hardest position on court. And I've played wing defence for many years. And I totally agree with it. But I think it's the work that you were doing on your attacker's body. Even if you're pushing it, you're causing them to cause a tip. If they're dropping the ball, you've got to be a really smart player to turn ball at wing defence.
Absolutely. And as Nat was saying earlier, whenever you have to play with 6, you drop a wing defence, don't you? But it's one of the worst positions almost to have to drop. But what else do you drop?
Of course, you can't drop the centre. But it's crucial. And I think that if you've got an attacking wing defence as well, it's absolute key. Because as soon as the ball's that turnover, if you're coming a wing defence or a goal defence at you, you're so hard to defend. And I think that's what both of these teams do really well.
Well, the score now is 13-11 to Inferno, only up by 2.
They put in more pressure. Coastal put more pressure on the centre part, so it doesn't look like it's going in as easy. They're slowing that second phase down. And when they do get to the top of the circle, the feed isn't going in that easily. They keep him within 3 as well, so I think this is really positive. And that 1-2 with Chloe and Emily, that was really, really quick. It's also unfortunate that it came off glue hands, or shall I call her Katie?
Katie, not normal for it to come off Katie Davis's glue hands. Maybe it hasn't quite dried yet, but there is Molly Underhill securing that as a slight punishment for Coastal Heat, because North East Inferno will go again.
Yeah, they could have done with net in that one. And I think the difference with the North East team, their shooting stats were fantastic against us yesterday. As soon as they got in the circle, you knew that ball was going straight in. And I think that you can see the confidence from the mid-court. They feed them anywhere. They took the shot up. If they don't feel comfortable, they work their way in. As I said that, I think I just jinxed them.
It is a commentator's curse.
But she gets another shot.
And she didn't listen to that one. I think Becca Hughes wasn't quite sure about shooting from that position, but managed to get herself in a better range.
Yeah, Becca's got a lovely technique as well.
Becca Hughes, one of
I think they're just forcing that ball into Coastal. So even though Katie's a hold-in shooter, I think they're just put in the wrong space for her. Maybe as a coach, I would say when they come off, try and play a more front ball, because it's putting so much pressure. Whereas against some of these defenders, they can jump, they can get around. It's really, really difficult to feed that ball. But I think if they are going to try and stay in this game, we're going to have to look at the feeds.
Definitely, and we just saw a battle of the wing defences, the crucial positions of Meg Baker-Rees and Catherine Hughes. We can't talk about wing defences without talking about Catherine Hughes, because she is a pinnacle player for this North East team. And a little sportsmanship, Baker-Rees picking her up off the floor after putting her on the floor. But there is Molly Underhill putting that ball up again. The deficit now 7 goals, 18 plays 11, with just under 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah,
still time?
There is still time. And you can look, if you watch Caitlin now, the way that she's on Emily Edwards, she's kind of off marking her, but restricting and pushing to the sideline. So it's not just about the man-on-man. She's doing things off the ball to make it even more difficult. As we say, I think glue hands Katie
Davis.
They are making a change, which I do think that's the right call from Wendy Blevin, just because it looks like a fewing off the back line, if regardless of what Katie can do. I think just changing it up in there just to mix it up with the defenders.
Absolutely. Well, Katie Davis seems to have just suffered a little bit of an ankle roll or a foot issue during that last passage of play, but Hannah Nolan takes the court for Coastal Heat. Extra little bit of height in there now for Coastal Heat. She played very well in Eberville.
She did. I think she played against us, and that she was one of those players that we actually found really difficult again, because even though she was offering the back space, she was coming front as well. So she was using her height, but actually her movement as well. So it was really difficult. We had a lovely game against Coastal. But I did, obviously we're looking at 7 in it now. We need to try and turn over maybe 3 or 4, get back in again, get the confidence going. You could see everyone's heads dropping slightly. But as soon as North East, like I said earlier on, they get a run on it and they start playing the width, it's so hard to get it back.
It's hard to stop momentum, isn't it, of a team like North East? Because once they get going into that rhythm, how do you pull that rhythm out with them when they just keep going and going and going?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a credit to them, and it's a credit to the girls on the coaching staff. Their setups are really, really difficult to play against, like we said. But I think, again, with them, it's confidence for them. So if you can get on top of them, like we came within 2 yesterday, and then we made our own errors. But I felt like we did start to rattle them a little bit.
Absolutely. The game yesterday of Valley Volcanoes versus North East Inferno was the one to watch. And like you said, if you make your own errors, North East will always capitalise on those.
Yeah, exactly. They're not a team you can throw the ball away against. Yeah, we're playing more front space as Coastal now. They're offering not just from the circle edge, they're offering the back and the front space. So it looks a bit easier for the attackers to feed. It's that
Hannah
second
Nolan.
phase of that centre pass. It's so structured.
Hannah Nolan got her first shot of the game in. And Molly Underhill will counter. 12 plays 21. 9 goes in it now. Coastal Heat really need to keep composure here and be disciplined. Baker-Rees asking for them to settle, but Catherine Hughes right on circle edge, attempting to just get right in the way, knowing the clock was running down, just trying to just be a nuisance in there to stop that ball coming in.
She isn't it. That's a definition of what we can say about them. They are nuisances. Very, very good nuisance players to play against.
They're defensive nuisances, aren't they?
They
They're
are.
through court.
They are indeed. And I think when you're on the circle edge against, some with long levers and they think that you think they're free, they don't put the ball in enough space and they just turn over and they make you suffer, basically. It's about putting that ball so much ahead of these players because they want to off mark and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to create the space, make you think that you're free. But unless we take that extra step onto the ball, they're going to turn her over every time.
And they absolutely do turn it over every time. And they then capitalise on that because their shooting stats, like you said, are always phenomenal. Like Erin Hook yesterday was absolutely on fire, wasn't she? And then when they did bring Molly Underhill on, she also made an impact because her shooting stats are also up there.
I know. She did. I didn't actually look at the stats from the game, but obviously playing in the game myself, I just felt like every time they were going into the circle, it was going in. They're shooting, their technique is outstanding. And if they don't feel comfortable, like I said, they offer again and again and again. And they only take the shot when they know it's going to go in. And that's incredible to have as a shooting network.
Well, Coastal Heat now do have a little bit more work to do. 12 goals, play 21. So we will see what happens when they come back onto the court after this half-time. But some wise words needed for Coastal Heat from the mouths of Bev Ryan and Wendy Bledden, very experienced coaches, as we know, in the South Wales in the game for absolute years. Well, Hannah Nolan is underneath the post putting some shots up, so it looks like she will be staying on court after Kate Davis picked up that injury. Nice combination, though, of her and Chloe James. She moves the ball well, Chloe James. She knows where people are, especially now with the holding shooter.
Yeah, I think, sometimes within that combination they can get a bit static. And I think I just looked over towards the bench. They're looking at putting Chloe onto wing attack would bring that extra movement. And Maddie Newton in the centre. Just a little bit more speed coming through the court. Obviously get some legs rested as well. And hopefully they can put a bit more width in the court. They are very, very quick players and they offer the speed of the ball. So hopefully we might, when they come back out, we might see a bit of a change.
We might see a change indeed. And we know that the quick hands and feet of Chloe James and Emily Edwards, but I believe we are seeing a change from Coastal Heat in the wing attack position where Chloe Evans is coming onto the court for wing attack. We know that Chloe Evans previously has played goal attack for Coastal Heat, but is a very experienced wing attack as well. Brings a lot of depth, hits pocket well, hits circle edge well. So a little bit more change there from Emily Edwards in centre court.
Yeah, I think they're slightly different styles of play. Maddie, who's going to come on in the centre as well, she hounds every player. We've bumped each other a few times in the past. But no, if you're going to go for the ball, she's on your back. So hopefully she can bring a bit of speed through the court and just fresh legs, basically, as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are joined again. I am so lucky to have both of them up here now. Sarah Bella's back.
Sorry about that, just took a quick break.
So now I've got two of these wonderful people joining me for these commentaries, so hopefully I can just stay quiet and not say anything, and these can just take us through the game.
You can go home, have a coffee. Yeah. I can't promise there won't be any jokes.
Nick will speak for all of us, I reckon.
Well, the analysis of Valor Volcano's coach and player Nick Cook is absolutely vital, as well as City Flames' experience. These two previous Welsh feathers really taking us through this game, showing us what these two teams are made of, and as they get back onto the court, just scanning for any extra changes. As Nick mentioned, Maddie Newton comes on to centre court position for Coastal Heat, and Lydia Grice takes the wing defence position. Chloe Evans is in at wing attack. And Hannah Nolan will stay in that goal shooter position. For North East Inferno, Emily Wykes has come back onto the court in wing defence, and Katrin Hughes has gone back into centre position. Chloe Morris has stayed in wing attack. We are waiting for the umpires. They will gladly take all the time they're allowed, even though we know that you players like to get on court early. But they like to sit down.
We start to seize up a little bit, so we need to start moving. Don't we, Sarah?
Yeah, if you sit down for too long, you feel you can't get up and run again. So
especially you two that have been playing for, let's just say, quite a few years now.
We're still young. Still young at
There was
heart.
a poll from Welsh Netball asking if you want to play an over 35 competition, and we said yes. Well, you turned 35 in January, so...
Don't go telling people that, Nick.
I know.
You can't be playing that just yet then, Sarah. Only Nick will play that by herself.
Yeah, I'm not 35 quite yet.
Steph Perry and I.
She's outing everyone now in this public forum. Well, there is Molly Underhill with the first goal of this third quarter.
Do you know, I hate the call against the centre, but her foot definitely wasn't in the circle then.
No.
And it's one of those rules you never really think about or actually even look at. But even I saw that one.
Oh.
What a shot.
Well, what a shot indeed by Becca Hughes.
The confidence from Becca Hughes. She's happy to put the shot up from anywhere, isn't she?
She is.
But like you say at quarter time, Nick, if she isn't confident, she'll still pass it out, won't she?
She'll go again. And it's just the technique of the shot. It's almost like it comes off the one hand. Oh, what a turnover.
Lydia Grice right in there and manages to get the ball over to Maddie Newton.
Lydia also off a centre, and she, when she comes through the court, she's a strong player driving through, and she's got that bit of height with her as well. It's actually really difficult to get her on the arm span.
Well, Caitlin Jones did exactly the same thing for North East Inferno to turn that ball right back over, and a lovely swing from Becca Hughes. She loves that swing and follow, doesn't she? That just cut across court.
And as a goal attack, I think that drive is really important, because sometimes you may not get the ball, but you've drawn off two defenders and it frees up your shooter under the post.
Exactly. We keep saying to the girls in the circle, if you drive through it, the shooter can tee off and take the backspace. But like you said, unless you don't follow the drive, you're just cluttering everywhere. Keep the tips coming, though.
Catherine Hughes saw that miles off and put a finger to that ball.
Up.
Caitlin Jones saw that, and Tash Jarvis followed up.
Yeah, Caitlin's hungry for the ball, isn't she?
Always hungry for the ball.
Always looking for that ball.
And she isn't the tallest in there, is she?
No.
She's quite on the shorter side for a goal defence, but she can jump. Caitlin Jones, as we mentioned yesterday, was supposed to be in Cape Verde today, but changed her flights yesterday so she could be here.
Oh, wow, that's commitment.
Wow, that is commitment. One of my players left, Kath Titley left yesterday to go to Rome. I asked her to cancel the flight, she told me no.
I don't feel like any of you two would change your flights to Cape Verde, either of you.
Maybe not.
I'll take her place if she wants.
I think many people have decided to take her place. Well, that ball to Hannah Nolan is trying to be put in by Chloe Evans, but Tash Jarvis is really up there.
What the North East defenders are doing, they are creating that diagonal pass every time. So when they hit the circle edge, which is great from the attack, the only back offer is diagonal. We're not setting up the front pass, and that's when they get the tips to it. Whereas it's the opposite for North East. They are driving towards the balls, like Sarah said. As soon as Caitlin gives it, and across the court, and it's come straight back on the baseline.
A well-worked goal again for
Becker.
North East Inferno. Chloe Evans. And Catherine Hughes again hunting for that ball. They're always hunting, always hunting.
She's a very rangy player. But what was good there, Catherine was hunting for the ball, but Becca actually put a good 3-foot guard on to allow that high ball, to allow Catherine to come through. They work really well as a team.
It's like they talk to each other on the court without talking.
And Baker Reese just really unlucky there. I think that was breaking on the centre pass.
We were saying how hard on Meg Baker Reese plays. As a wing defence, goal defence, she is on your body the whole time. She doesn't allow you to move or breathe.
She is one of those players I dread playing against because I know it's going to be a hard game.
You know you're going to come off court feeling absolutely exhausted after playing against Meg Baker Reese. Well placed ball by Catherine Hughes. Underhill holding her own under that post, deserving of her starting position.
Yeah, definitely. She's played really well today.
Nick Cook is not liking this first centre. She is picking up on some foot fault errors, but we have got very experienced umpires.
Yeah, it's just the foot in the centre. I think the umpires are looking at it every time. It's right on the edge. That would just be something I would be saying to my players, just be mindful of it, because they are looking to call everything.
Might not be long until it gets picked up by one of our A and B umpires. Catherine Hughes in acres of space. So is Molly Underhill.
What a ball.
That was a great ball. Molly Underhill came out, created the space under the post. Catherine Hughes not afraid to let that long ball go.
And Underhill as well, protecting the space with her body away from Langford. So whenever she went for it, Langford couldn't even get a hand on it.
They just hold their space so well, even off the ball. The ball's nowhere near them. They've got that space hold. They know when the ball's going to come down. They're constantly changing sides of the court. Whichever side the ball swings, they're there. So that means if the attacker, the wing attack's coming through, the centre's coming through, as soon as they got the ball, if they're off balance, the shooter or goal attack can just drive straight on.
Well, a time call here. Becca Hughes comes off the court and Ashley Davis comes on to goal attack. We've seen a lot of Ashley Davis yesterday. She plays wing attack, goal attack, and she was very impactful coming on for North East Inferno yesterday. Plays very differently to Becca Hughes, but also has that ability to have a quick chop and change movement through court.
Again, it's that diagonal ball from channel 1 to channel 3. That's where they're picking it up.
They're looking for that,
They're looking for it. I just don't see why they don't reset it and then hit the top of the circle again. Anything in the air, they're going to go for.
The score now 29-15 to North East Inferno. Molly Underhill could not get that ball. Sarah Langford using her body to protect the space for that one.
Coastal are struggling with that drive through court.
Chloe Evans playing really deep as a wing attack there, isn't she? Really high up the court.
Yeah, she was. But you know what? Lucky she was there because there was no option for Sarah Langford to pass. And she did come up to offer some help. So
sometimes what's required. Better footing from Maddie Newton in that centre circle, but Caitlin Jones.
Caitlin covered that centre pass so well. I don't know if you noticed that, but she literally stepped across Chloe James, went down and up and just intercepted the ball, managed to control her feet and control the intercept. She reads the situation so well, especially with the height difference in there. You didn't think, well, I wouldn't have thought she would have picked that ball up. I think she's like my height and I can't intercept the ball that well, so credit to her.
You have to do things very differently if you haven't got that height in the, especially playing the circle as well. I don't think I'd ever seen you in a goal defence bib, Nick.
No, I'm not very good at that.
Back in the day, Nick.
Back in the day, maybe. But watch now, like she's reading that game. So Caitlin's playing so high up. She came up onto to cover Lydia's wing defence and then dropped straight back.
And the trust as well they have in each other. Caitlin Jones then went out to almost cover off Chloe Evans, knowing that Tash would cover up that ball in the back for her, Tash Jarvis as well.
That allows her to play out the front. Whereas if you know you haven't got the commitment behind you, you're not going to go. But if you watch the way she plays, she obviously completely trusts every player around her.
That is pivotal.
And they're always looking DA every single time.
Chloe James there trying to play a ball over the top of two defenders. And I think what Chloe James does well, she's got quick feet. She needs to just look at an option outside the circle and play herself in.
She does like to put a quick ball in, Chloe James. Maybe Hannah Nolan wasn't quite ready, but like you said, Sarah, maybe a different option was required. Baker Reese shouting at her team to be disciplined. And Lydia Grice again. Wonderful chase.
Oh. It's a battle of the turnovers.
Well, it's been games of turnovers so far today. Ashley Davis working that ball in just to the perfect range she wants. And there it is.
What a lovely shot. First shot.
It was a nice hold by Meg, but a lovely shot.
Good settler for her there.
They're getting out quite easily on the first phase. And I think then as soon as the first phase is gone, second phase is not covered.
Being drawn too much to first phase instead of then watching what happens next?
Yeah, I think they go in really hard on first phase, but the wing attack from Chloe, she's doing so much work off the ball, but it just allows them to set up for the second phase. But because they think that she's going to get the first phase, she's going so hard on it, it's just easily opening up the second phase and then straight into the shooter.
Well, Hannah Nolan is holding her own there against Tash Jarvis. Brings the deficit back to 11. But Ashley Davis, what a sneaky little pop there to Molly Underhill. Lovely work from Molly Underhill.
Taking the lead to 12. Taking the lead to 12 going into this half-time.
Maddie Newton finding space on circle edge. Sneaky pop from James to Nolan, right under the post. Two strong shooters in there for Coastal Heat now, aren't they? They're very athletic and just on the buzzer, showing what they're worth with 21-32, so 11 goals difference right there on the end of the third quarter. So Northeast Inferno putting 12 goals on the board during that third quarter, with Coastal Heat only putting 9 goals on the board. Differences in play. Coastal Heat, Northeast Inferno have just kicked it up a gear.
Yeah, and I think it's really important they're getting their bench players on as well. So they're coming on and making an equally as good impact. They're still playing, they're using their width, they're coming through the middle of the court, they're hitting the circle edge. They're following, they're doing their give and goes. They're doing everything that a coach wants you to do, to be pretty honest. They're a fantastic team out there, and I think Coastal are bringing it to them. I think that when they do have a tip or a turnover, unfortunately, it's not going their way because Northeast are there to pick it up. They are rapid to the court. As a coach, I would be saying to Coastal Heat now, we need to give everything in this. We need to drive towards the ball. We need to have a bit more energy about it and use the give and goes. I haven't seen that many give and goes from the likes of Emily, Maddie. They are quick mid-court, but it almost looks like because they're being pushed to the side, they're not driving to the top of the circle to make it easy for the shooting circle. So I think if they can come on, just pull it, even if they can do 5 turnovers. I know it's a lot in a quarter, but give them a bit of an aim and give them a target.
Yeah, and I agree with Nick. I think with Coastal Heat, what the difference is in that quarter, they've stopped moving. In attack, they've got one option. A lot of the options are driving away from the ball. You've got the likes of Catherine Hughes in a centre who will pick off any aerial ball. So I think for them, it is 2 options, and just keep moving. Think about doing a pre-move, back to basics. Northeast Inferno are really tight on defence. You've got Tash Jarvis in the back there who will pick off any kind of flies coming down court. So really important, one for Northeast Inferno, keep up the pressure on defence, and for Coastal Heat, maybe look at their attacking end and look at maybe offering 2 options rather than just the one.
Well, wiser words never spoken from this balcony for both teams there. As we are looking on the court, Chloe Evans has looked to be moved into the goal attack position. She has been playing there for a couple of the games, and Emily Edwards puts back on that wing attack. So as you were saying, Nick, those combinations of those fast feet, fast hands, maybe to move that ball through to give maybe more options in attack for Coastal Heat.
Yeah, I think the way they're going to try and combat this game is speed. Northeast, they are very, very quick through the court. However, even though it's good to have height in the circle, I think in this scenario, in this game, we need speed. Like Sarah said, there's lack of movement. And I think as soon as you slow down against Northeast, if you go to the corners, exactly what we did yesterday, it makes it so much harder, and they'll punish you.
Absolutely, and the other switch that Coastal Heat have done is put Sarah Langford out into goal defence again and Liv Hollis back into keeper. But Northeast Inferno have made switches of their own, and Erin Hook comes on to goal shooter with Becca Hughes back on as goal attack. Ashley Davis moves into that wing attack position, and Jess Daltrey comes back onto centre. We know that this combination is a strong combination for Northeast Inferno. So are they now just trying to finish off this game and gain some more goal difference themselves? Guess we'll find out.
It'll be really interesting this afternoon, depending on the result of today, of who plays who.
Yeah, this is a crucial game for you, Nick.
Crucial game for us.
Obviously, Coastal, you went, Northeast to win, because then that would mean you will go through to first, second playoff.
Yeah.
However, if Coastal Heat do manage to get some turnovers now and win, then it could mean a third, fourth playoff for you guys.
It'll come down to goal difference. Obviously, we beat Coastal. They would have beat Northeast, and Northeast beat us. So it'd have been a bit of a round robin there. But it looks like Northeast Inferno, unfortunately, aren't going to run away with it. I think they're too much ahead to actually turn the game back right now, which would mean we've got a bit of a job this afternoon to do. But it's quite exciting to see if the score stays as it is, who Coastal Heat will be battling against for third and fourth.
Well, Sarah Langford just tipped the shot of Becca Hughes on that one. I think everyone was a bit surprised, including Becca.
It was great pressure then, wasn't it?
Wonderful pressure from Sarah Langford.
And you could just see the second shot then just put doubt in the mind of Becca.
But Erin Hook, her first shot of the game, as cool, calm and collected as ever. She has been an absolutely outstanding shooter.
I don't think
for
they
Northeast.
touched the ring. Did they touch the ring? It's just like a swoosh every time.
She's a bit of, Gwenna Williams is the same kind of shooter, isn't she?
Yeah.
Her ball's never touched the ring, it just falls, and you almost look to see if it actually went in.
Yeah. I'm like, is it going to be a rebound or never? That's a lovely turnover.
Liv Hollis with an all-important turnover for Coastal Heat.
She turned it over, composed, and actually followed the ball, allowed it to stay in to win it for her team. A lot of the tips and turnovers are going off court.
All-important turnover for Liv Hollis, especially important to follow all of your tips.
I think this is going to be key. If Chloe can play at the front of the circle, and
Lovely
having the height to
rebound.
rebound this makes such a difference.
Well, combination of Hannah Nolan and Chloe Evans now in that circle. Massive height difference, but the movement of Chloe Evans is definitely important. Ashley Davis takes the head off Grice and is happy to recycle to get a better position.
Oh, that was good pressure in the circle. They just need to slow the ball down.
And the fast transition from Heat, but just too fast for the feet of Hannah Nolan.
And the pressure from Caitlin out front. I don't know if you saw her, she came for the court then, obviously playing goal defence. She completely shut off the run of Emily as a wing attack and then went into the circle and covered her own player as well. She just has so much movement outside the circle.
Well,
Do you reckon she got an address in the valley somewhere?
Maybe you can move her into your house and next year she'll play for you.
She'll leave after 10 minutes.
Ashley Davis there, an absolute catalyst in the middle for North East Inferno. Chloe Evans. Held for 3 seconds.
That was unfortunate.
Not often you see that for a shooter, is it?
That was unlucky there. She, you know, lovely shot on for her as well. It'd been a good settler.
And Erin Hook.
Doesn't
Erin
miss.
Hook's movements, her timing are so perfect, aren't they? And we were talking yesterday, if she had played for any other team, she might be there too soon.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they're so quick. They read each other so well. But even if she was there too soon, I feel like they know each other well enough to change and go again. And she's there again, again, and again.
And every player on this North East team always offers and re-offers. And I think that gives them that extra bit of support for every ball. And there is Chloe Evans on that re-offer for Heat.
I think Chloe Evans is doing a great job in a goal attack there, just offering more movement in the circle, and it just creates opportunity like that for the ball to go in to the goal shooter.
They don't look as static anymore. They can see the movement coming through, as you say.
Coastal Heat almost playing with 2 wing attacks and a goal shooter at the moment with the way Chloe Evans is playing.
And I think against defence like the North East Inferno, I think that's what's needed.
I was going to say that's one of the first misses I've seen, but it was obstruction and then she shot it in, so I take it back.
Thank you. I'm sure they'll be happy for you to retract your comment. Well, Coastal Heat now trailing 39-23.
And you can see North East, they're setting up that diamond in defence every time. So every time there's a set pass or a centre play, a sideline, the diamond is set up. And they're just creating that hole in the middle to fly in on it.
But they set up that kind of defensive play even when they're attacking.
Yeah, they do. Which is lovely to play against.
Well, you better brush up on your North East Inferno knowledge, Nick, because it looks like it'll be North East versus Valley Volcanoes. But here is Catherine Hughes coming on as goal defence. I almost lost my words then, thinking Becca Hughes has changed side of the court.
She doesn't normally play goal defence, does she? Or does
I
she?
don't think I've seen her play goal defence, but obviously Caitlin Jones needs a bit of a rest.
Well, to be fair, like I said earlier on, they pretty much play it everywhere, both of them. Between each other, I think they can cover the whole court. But it's a pretty skillful going from a centre to goal defence. What do you think?
Well, Catherine and Becca were absolutely gutted about that one because Catherine ran all the way up the court, found Becca in pocket, but Becky Scott said, my whistle was blown, back it goes.
Yeah, they got energy for days. She's coming back on. She could be resting, but she's back in.
She had 10 minutes off.
Yeah.
She's absolutely fine.
That's enough.
Would not be
I can
enough
just
for
about
me.
walk today, but you know, they can keep running around. It's a 10-year deficit. It's got to be. How old are they? How old are they? That's a nice pop from Chloe. Just
Lovely
playing that
pop.
front ball. It just offers. It's just extra offers from the mid-court. It's so much easier to read. And she pops it over nicely to Hannah as well.
And as a goal attack, I think it's easier to pop the ball into your shooter rather than trying to do it off circle edge. Or
Lovely shot again by Erin Hook. Chloe Evans coming straight off the line and finding Edwards. And there is that ball from Edwards. She has great
nice
placement, doesn't she, Emily Edwards?
Yeah, and she turns on his first time ball. She's not afraid to give it that first time. It
Very
allows.
interesting to see what the score is in this quarter. Do we know? That means I got to do my math now.
Yeah.
11-6 to
Thanks,
North
Sarah.
East.
Thanks, Sarah.
Sarah is the teacher amongst us three.
Quick maths.
Only
Quick
because
math.
I feel like in the attack it's opened up nicely. I do think it's a good combination, especially with the three. The attack and then the centre pass looks more clear. They're taking it circle edge and it's popping into Hannah Nolan into the post.
There's a Grice with a nice tip off side of the court. Jess
Yeah.
Daltrey fighting through. Becca Hughes fighting against the moving post.
Do you see the way they flood the middle? So it just looks like, sorry, I just shouted into the microphone, but it's all black. And then straight up for that interception, and Costa were lucky to keep that.
Flooding the middle, forcing the long ball.
But what a lovely shot from Chloe Evans.
Chloe Evans has been a lovely impact addition to this Coastal Heat team. And there is that space again
What
from
a centre
Nolan.
pass that was. That is textbook.
As a coach, Nick, that's what you tell your
Every
players
time
to do.
that was perfect. That drive from Emily to the top of the circle, she landed within an inch from her toe at the top, and it was a lovely feed into the shooter.
As someone who's previously coached me, I think I was taught that by Nick very early on.
Shot.
Erin Hook just looking cool and collected, as if, yeah, I do that
I think
all
that's
day,
just
every
Erin
day.
Hook, isn't it? Constantly. She
Did she have
never
a break
looks
this
flustered.
afternoon? Has she got a flight to catch? Or
I don't think any of North East are going anywhere this afternoon, unfortunately.
A good take there by Evans. Not afraid to put the shot up.
I'm lucky.
Didn't quite fall this time.
And you'd expect Nolan to try and go for those rebounds, right? If Chloe is the shorter of the ones in the circle.
I just think that Jarvis is doing a great job of keeping it away from post.
Yeah, she is. She is blocking out Nolan really well. But a couple of misses now on both ends of the court. Moving the ball back and forth.
The speed of the ball coming through the court, though, is so quick. The pre-moves, the work off the ball, it just allows it to fly.
And there is that shot from Hannah Nolan, taking the score to 44-31. Lydia Grice comes through on Becca Hughes, who was aching for the buzzer. But there is that final score of this match. Northeast Inferno 44, Coastal Heat 31. Well, Nick Cook, you now know who you'll probably be facing.
I do.
In that final match of the day for you. Northeast Inferno top the table currently with no losses, absolutely unbeaten, 5s all around. But Coastal Heat did well to stay in that game.
Yeah, do you know, there's a lot of positives they can take from that game. I think they started really strong, but I do think from the playoffs this afternoon now, they need to look at the movement in the circle and the attack. And as soon as they made the changes and they came off the line, they set up a centre pass. It looked so much clearer for them. And obviously from our point of view, we need to go and have a little rest. I think that actually made me even more tired watching that game from Northeast Inferno. We've got a lot to try and do this afternoon, but I think that we went out there yesterday, we didn't put on a top performance. A lot of the girls are hungry to come back and hopefully try and keep the trophy today, but I think that it's going to be difficult, but we're definitely up for the challenge.
Lovely. And Sarah Bell, last comment from you, ready this afternoon for your placement playoff?
Yeah, I think for us, massive confidence boost this morning to get our win. We know we're up against North West this afternoon. We played them yesterday, so still quite fresh in our minds in terms of how they play. So it's just looking back to yesterday's game, adjusting where we need to adjust, looking at this morning, taking all the positives. And yeah, I think, confidence in the team is high. So we're going for the win.
Well, great work. Good luck to you both this afternoon in your final placement playoffs. We will be back with you just before 1:45 for that 7th, 8th position playoff will be West Wales Phoenix plays Powys Sparks. So please join us just before 1:45 for all the action for that one. Bye for now. Croeso nôl, welcome back to the second day here at the finals weekend at House of Sport Cardiff for the Fleet EV Welsh Netball National League. Well, what a morning we've had. All the teams have now played each other and have gathered all the points they possibly can and goal difference they possibly can, and we now go into the placement games. First up, we have 7th position versus 8th position, battling out to not maybe finish at the bottom of the table. We have West Wales Phoenix playing one of our newest teams, Powys Sparks. Both of these teams have really shown some stuff on court for us, haven't they? Over the past couple of days and over the past couple of tournaments. Sparks, we know, versatile, put the passion and energy into their games. West Wales Phoenix, I mean, their shooting stats are incredible. What do we expect from this game?
Yeah, I think it should go all the way to the wire. I hope it will go all the way to the wire, and I genuinely think that it will be the team that can really maintain their focus all the way to the end.
Wonderful stuff. Well, let's run through that starting sevens for you. For Powys Sparks in the orange, Jas Barty starts at goal shooter. Pip Whittle comes back into goal attack. Beth Davis, most versatile player in Powys Sparks, comes on at wing attack. Steph Wild is on at centre. Chloe Evans, wing defence. Lizzie Sims is on at goal defence, and Mary Bailey comes on at goalkeeper. For West Wales Phoenix in the blue, goal shooter Rachel Griffiths, goal attack Lauren Evans, wing attack Maddie Thomas, centre Ellie Mae Austin, wing defence Louise Davis, goal defence Emma Roberts, goalkeeper Josie Sivak, and controlling this game as our umpires is Charlie Howells and Joe Williams.
It's a really nice early feed from Wild through to Barty. So a great start for Phoenix. Not Phoenix, sorry, Sparks.
So many names. 8 teams to remember. And there's that feed to Lauren Evans, who's on a long bomb journey of her own. And follows a rebound well.
Yeah, that was a bit unlucky for Lizzie Sims. She read it well. She's just got to take her feet all the way to the ball on that rebound.
And again, another rebound for Lauren Evans. And doesn't miss that time.
And as we said earlier on, it doesn't count as a miss if you get your own rebounds.
If you can follow the ball. Lovely passage of play between Whittle and Wild.
Lovely disruption as well from Ellie Mae Austin. Just need to maintain their composure, players. Make sure they stay disciplined. It's early on. You don't want to give anyone an early lead.
And Lauren Evans sighting that post. Cool, calm, collected. Emma Roberts. Finding Austin. Oh, and Mary Bailey picking up that ball.
Yeah, they're just going to get round that 3-foot mark, but it's good for Powys. It gives them another opportunity.
Chloe Evans for Sparks picking up that lost ball. But Emma Roberts read that wonderfully and comes across to pick up the interception. Sims wanted that fly. And
Lovely.
great little screen set up there from Griffiths to Evans.
What's really nice at the start of this for West Wales Phoenix is that space in the circle that they've got between Evans and Griffiths. We saw them struggle against the pressure of the defensive unit they were playing earlier, and Evans has just sat a bit deeper.
Well, Emma Roberts again, thanks to the acrobatics after that tumble of Josie Sivak, putting enough pressure on the feed. Lauren Evans, quick feet and a quicker hand to Rachel Griffiths under the post.
Yeah, she did so well on that pass, didn't she?
That's the smarts of knowing how fast your feet are compared to your hands, isn't it?
I get the feeling we'll get a few footworks throughout this game. It's been sort of game 4 of 2 days, so there should be tired legs out there.
Tired bodies indeed. But not Lauren Evans. Her arm is definitely not tired.
This is a strong early lead here now for West Wales Phoenix. Powys need to either get a big turnover on this one or just make sure they take their next one through to goal.
Just rolls off the top of the net for Lauren Evans.
It's a key turnover now. Oh my goodness me.
What a take that is from Pip Whittle, but cannot give the ball back to Wilds.
And this is what we saw in their last game, you know, that it's just too quick through the court, too many long passes. That one where she was on extension and the ball landed with Whittle, that's the point in time where the pace needs to be taken off the ball.
But the acrobatics again, Emma Roberts taking that ball on full extension, almost falling off the court. But maybe the placement of the ball is off, isn't it? We're forcing these players now to have to take that ball like that.
Yeah, and that happens once you've done like a certain number of quick passes. We talked with Sarah Bell earlier about the top athletes, the ones that are a bit more experienced, just controlling the play, like better timing now, get that in. It's good just to take the pace off it. A couple of quick ones, then slow it down.
A lot of bodies on the floor here at the moment. Power Sparks trailing by 3 goals. 4 goals to 1 here the score at the moment. Just about halfway through the first quarter.
It was great though, wasn't it, to take that turnover to goal. If they look after this now, they're right back in the game.
Beth Davis working hard to get ball side, but Josie Sivak worked harder.
They just set off the body, didn't they, Sivak and Roberts, which was really smart, made it look open.
Both attackers going in for same space there for Phoenix. Again, same space on that up further channel, isn't it? They're not quite working as a unit at the moment.
And I think it's just when it's a turnover, they're going along with the ball, the movements with the ball, rather than getting ahead of the ball and then being able to play to it, allowing the defence to bring it up. They're just moving at the same pace as the ball, and you need to get ahead.
Well, Jo Williams found that to be very contested between Barty and Sivak.
I agree with that. I think Barty needs to keep ahead in the game and stop playing for the call. Just play to the whistle.
Lovely take from Roberts. Lauren Evans playing a little deeper now in this game than she was in their last game. She's not playing as high up the court. Doesn't feel like she maybe needs to bring the ball up so much.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely key because actually you've got a centre and wing attack that play quite high in Thomas and Austin. So if they're going to play high, she definitely needs to stay deeper and it'll work in their favour.
Pop to Barty.
Took a long time to come, that goal, didn't it?
That goal did take a long time to come. It took a good 2 minutes for that goal to arrive.
Breaking core means there's an opportunity here to level the game.
And Sivak will not let Sparks close that gap.
Yeah, there was no angle on that at all. Barty was really flat to Sivak. Ideally, your mid-quarters then should move that around rather than force it in.
Well, Lizzie Sims. Power Sparks. The game opened up then, didn't it? And Lizzie Sims shot through the middle.
Yeah, just again, that final ball in. Just needs some touch on that feed. Doesn't need to be thrown at 500 miles an hour.
Whittle and Barty not quite finding each other at the moment. It's a lot of back and forth between goals.
It's better from Thomas being ahead of the ball. It allows that outlet.
Lauren Evans happy to put that one up.
It just makes me smile.
I think it makes everyone smile when you see a lovely shooting action like that.
That's a nicer ball. That was better space created by Barty. She drew Sivak forward, created the back space.
Lizzie Sims didn't quite take that clean enough for umpire Charlie Howells. A lot of over balls into circles here. Rachel Griffiths can't get that one in. Lizzie Sims will take the rebound.
Yeah, Sims and Bailey are getting really good rebound positions on those shots. They've obviously watched the games before and decided that they're going to make sure they're in those positions because that's worked well for other teams against West Wales Phoenix. We know that Griffiths can be lethal if she is under the post for that rebound from Evans.
Sivak going for that ball again, but can fight for the rebound. Unfortunately, left Barty under the post, but Roberts will try and go for the jump.
Lovely shot. And back to goal for goal.
The score now 5 each. Lovely outside arm, Josie Sivak. She has been a workhorse in that defensive circle, hasn't she, Sivak?
Oh, she really has. And she's, you know, because of that, they're going to have to play smart.
And draws the contact from Barty. 40 seconds on the clock. Can Phoenix take this to goal to finish the quarter up 1 goal? Oh, and Austin tried to put a sneaky little pass. So now it's Sparks who tries to go up 1. And Pip Whittle is pulled for contact against Roberts. 20 seconds left on the clock. No rush at the moment from Louise Davis.
I don't think that they know the time. We've talked about this a couple of times, haven't we, where teams have just been quite slow to get the ball back when actually...
Beth Davis knows exactly what's going on,
Yeah.
tries to slow that down, and Chloe Evans did extremely well. Well, what play from Power Sparks to slow that down.
That was amazing. I mean, smarts, basically, real smarts. And, you know, they knew what the clock time was and West Wales didn't, so.
Well, Beth Davis even put her hand up to the umpire and said, I contacted, pull me back.
Yeah.
She did.
It was me, Gab.
It was me. I saw her. But yes, very clever play. And Chloe Evans then coming in right at the end to tip that over to make sure that they did finish their quarter 5 goals apiece. So Nicola Roberts, head coach for West Wales Phoenix. Anything, what do you expect her to be saying to her players now, especially going into like a placement game, knowing it's the last game of the day, last game of the tournament? What would you say? First quarter on, any changes? Any words of advice?
I mean, I think defensively they've done a great job. You know, they've at the back, Sivak and Roberts did a really good job of being off the body. They're hunting when it's one-on-one. Sivak's on the body, causing those flat angles. I think she's doing great. They're getting turnover from it. On their through court, I think I'd like their defence to bring the ball up a little bit more and their attack to get ahead, as I alluded to throughout. It's a little bit... it seems like their attack and the wing attack and centre are getting too much involved in the mid-third. But to be honest with you, that got a bit better towards the end of that. And as far as Lauren Evans and Rachel Griffiths is concerned, brilliant that Evans is a bit further back, but let's get those rebound positions. Let's make sure we capitalise off every possession that we've got.
Definitely. They clearly have had some sort of conversation about Evans playing high up the court and allowing her to play a little bit deeper in, so maybe she's not as tired going into the third, fourth quarter. And over onto Power Spark, Tricia Sterling, the head coach there, making all the decisions. Playing Beth Davis, when we saw that wing attack, we know she's a very good wing attack. You did mention off air that you would like to see that matchup of Davis versus Evans?
I would, but you know what? I don't think their defence is their problem at the moment. I think it's the feed. It's the feed into the shooter, whether that's coming from Whittle or whether it's coming from Steph Wild at the moment. And I actually think Beth Davis is the one that's got the composure this end. She's the one that's actually controlling that play. And therefore, although I would absolutely love to see that battle of her versus Evans, at the moment, I don't think you can take her out of the attack.
Well, we have mentioned that Beth Davis is a very versatile player, and if you could have more than one of her, I'm sure that it would accept to have her on that squad, wouldn't they? But absolutely, totally agree with you. Having that feeder in from Beth Davis is currently working really well for Sparks. Maybe would you put a different shooting combination in? Is it not working? Barty and Whittle, are they working as a unit? Are they playing a bit more as individuals?
I think they are playing a bit of individuals, but to be honest with you, it's a bit Land of the Giants in there, and I would gamble to keep that on for a bit. It gives you the opportunity to change the style up maybe in the third when you might need something for the defence to think about again, because although Sivak and Roberts are doing a good job, I don't think that they necessarily have completely got the hang of it yet, and I do think that they can tweak their play more. So in terms of Pip Whittle, instead of trying to fire that ball to Barty, I think she could offload, play herself in, play the front, and then draw the defence off Barty. They don't have to give the 2-on-1, and they don't have to almost give the 1-on-1 against Sivak. They can draw her off, I think.
Well, let's see then if any changes were made during that quarter time. For West Wales Phoenix, Hayley Lewis-Howell has come on to that centre position, and Ellie Mae Austin has taken to the bench. And for Power Sparks, I believe they have kept their starting 7 the same.
That's better again. It's just that backspace from Barty. That was starting to work for her well at the end of the first quarter, so it's good to see that that's what they've started with. Yeah, good decision. Nice mixing it up from Barty, holding the front space after having the back space.
Lovely work from the defensive work of Phoenix.
A good reposition as well from Roberts. Davis again with a stunning feed to a roll on the goal line by Barty. Oh my goodness, they have gone 2 ahead.
Well, Maddie Thomas looking for Howells.
Just doing a good job of keeping her out to the edge, Sims. But this is shooting range. We've seen her sink this before. Yeah, Evans nails it.
Well, Jessica Thomas has also come on to the court for West Wales Phoenix as wing defence. And Louise Davis has taken to the bench. As we've seen that feed in from Steph Wild, finds Whittle.
And that was the thing that they were missing before. So you know what, if they've got that nailed now, then this is going to be a big ask for West Wales Phoenix.
Lovely triangle there. Just off.
And again, that
Lauren Evans.
rebound position by Bailey is just on point. Oh, unlucky from Roberts. She saw it, but actually Davis did a really good job again to put her body in the way, didn't she?
She did. Chloe Evans took the contact. Davis is a force to be reckoned with, but Sivak read that 2-on-1 and took the ball.
I think it's a misconception that it has to go fully into the circle with a shooter on a 2-on-1, especially from distance.
100%, but there is Lizzie Sims doing exactly the same thing.
Smart decision from Davis.
Bit more composure from Power Sparks.
It is, isn't it? That is the difference, like that composure, that reset, opening up the court, being a bit wider. Lovely.
Neither team consistently hitting